Good afternoon, councillors. Welcome to the 854th Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting. I'd like to welcome visiting councillors, Councillor Curtis, Fowler and Martin. Welcome to today's meeting. First of all, I've got a couple of apologies. First of all, Councillor Martin, do I have a mover for an apology? My apologies for Councillor Marshall. Can I have a mover? Councillor Tozer, seconder, Councillor Neal. All in favour? Carry. We have a second apology for Councillor Hamill, who's away in Melbourne at a conference. So can I get a mover for Councillor Hamill? Move it, Councillor Tozer, seconder, Councillor Young. All in favour? Carry. Leave of absence, nil. Confirmation of minutes from 14th of March, 853rd. Do I have a mover or any corrections? Councillor Gates, seconder, Councillor Neal. Any changes? All in favour? Carry. Thank you. We've only got one. Any conflict of interest for today? That's nil. 5.1, infrastructure Gold Coast forwarding plan and schedule. Is there any comments or any questions there? I'll ask for a mover for 5.1. Councillor Tozer, seconder, Councillor Young. All in favour? Carry. Thank you. We're going to go down to 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, and we have a special other items, 6.7. None of them are starred, so we might just get straight onto each of these in order. 6.6, yep. Supplementary, it's there, yep. So we'll start off with 6.1, which is the P3M investment decision framework, and we've got Mitch, who's going to do a presentation for us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, councillors. Thanks for having me again this afternoon to talk about our gated investment framework, the why, the what, and how we're going to derive some benefits from it. So no doubt, P3M is another anagram added to your vocabulary after the last 12 months or so. What is it? Why is it important? And like I said, how are we going to turn that into benefits for our capital program? So firstly, I guess P3M, what does it stand for? So it's Project Program Portfolio Management Methodology. It's a bit of a mouthful. But what you can see on the screen there is the project life cycle. So 7 phases, 7 gates. Some of those are part of the project, some of those are pre and some are post-project. But really important for us to have a clear methodology for how we deliver projects. But I think more importantly, it's a really structured way for making decisions to ensure that those projects and programs are assessed in a robust way and that we can be really clear on what are the benefits that we are going to receive from the project or program over its life cycle, and how does it result in benefit for the city overall. What will it give us? So really clear go, no-go decisions. So, you know, at every single gate, there's an opportunity for us to make a decision robustly, talk about the detail of each individual project and whether it's going to derive benefits for the city. So if we get to a point and we think that value for money is an issue, we can say we're not going to proceed with this project. Similarly, we can take it a step back and say, well, we actually need to investigate this a little further, or we can have the opportunity to progress it as well. So I think that's a really clear component of our framework, and with that it provides a level of confidence. So you know, the governance component of the P3M framework is really important to make sure that we're looking at it from all avenues. So not just a cost or a time or a scope, but an integrated approach for how does this project benefit the city. And with that, you know, because we're developing clarity of the process right throughout the life cycle. We get some really clear visibility of risks and the opportunity to control scope and cost and time. And lastly, it allows us to make sure that we've got a mechanism in place to review the benefits that the projects are actually going to deliver for us. So, often we get to the end of the project and we move on to the next one without really testing, have we realised the benefits that the project was intended to deliver? It's a bit of a tag team effort today, so I'm going to throw to the boss. He's the brains behind this. There's a lot on this slide, so I figured I'd better throw to Michael.
Yeah, and to Mitch's, I'd say defence, Mitch basically takes carriage from gate 2. Pre-gate 2 is more the upfront planning, so I'll talk a bit about the end-to-end process. So you can see the 6 phases and 6 gates left to right. So effectively the inception, phase 0, we are talking pre-project phase 0. So strategies like our coastal lifestyle strategy, which talk about holistic, long-term opportunities, large external drivers, what are the things shaping our transport network or our beach resilience, open space, urban forest, that is effectively the strategy, that high-level master plan element where ideation around an opportunity or a problem to solve is defined. And those documents, we'll talk a little bit about how many we have. I think we've got 32 or something in infrastructure, and we talk about that in our integrated planning. That's those documents, pre-project, high-level strategic drivers. Out of each of those strategies and high-level plans, you have a series of potential capital investments, so projects. When we get to the initiate phase, we're really looking at that ideation, that opportunity or challenge, and we're working out whether a capital project investment is required. Is that the solution? So what should we do to develop a solution or a benefit to that problem? So that might result in, here's a concept for a particular building, a particular corridor. So it's really starting to get, this is what we think the capital solution should be, and it starts to look at high-level investments, high-level timing, and typically that's around the time you start to look at 10-year capital forecasting and how you actually, create. When we get past gate 1, which is when we think, okay, we've got a very high certainty that we need to build something, we're just not quite sure what that will be in terms of its form, shape, scale, scope. So phase 2 is all about options assessment. So when you think about transportation solutions, there's different alignments, there's different road widths. So what is it? Is it an apple or an orange that we're building? What is the actual preferred solution, the most effective solution, capital solution that we need to build? So we go through that process, and then you really start to end up with a preferred option, which is the first time we really have a defined scope, cost and time. So when you hear Mitch and I talk about how much of our forward capital program is defined or undefined, it's how many projects are at gate 2, because it's not until you're at gate 2 you've actually selected the preferred solution or the preferred option to build. So from that we move into phase 3, which is that developing that solution, so further definition in the design. Then we run through a procurement phase in phase 4. We deliver or build it in phase 5. And then depending on the type of project, we might then measure benefits. So some projects could be energy reduction, they could be efficiency improvement, they could be capacity uplift in transportation. So how do we actually measure and confirm that the investment actually delivered the benefits that we thought it would in its business case? So that's high level. I won't go through each of the key outcomes, but in that third row, effectively what we're just showing is some of the key deliverables for each of those phases. So if you look at gate 1, high-level scope, high-level feasibility estimates. When we go into phase 2, we start to develop concept designs, we start to refine cost, refine schedule, and that's typically when you'll see, a specific project and cash flow through the 4-year capital program. The other thing that I've dropped in here is the different delivery models. So sometimes there's a little bit of confusion around how different delivery models relate to our investment gates. So at the city, we typically deliver things under 4 models. So design and construct. Traditional D&Cs are where effectively we will develop design typically in-house or with partners, professional services partners supporting us to develop a design. We'll take that to, say, 70% design maturity, thereabouts, and then we'll go out for a design and construct where effectively the contractor with a design partner will do the final design based on that design we've gone to market with, and they'll give us a lump sum price to effectively do detailed design and construction and deliver the outcome. So that's traditional D&C. There's 2 other models where we actually get contractors involved earlier. So typically these are at gate 2. So when we talk about the 2-stage managing contracts, so those of you who've had anything to do with large building projects in the city, 2-stage MCs or 2-stage managing contractors are the typical delivery model. So for things like the music hall, some of the city club type projects, 2-stage managing contractors. So we develop a concept, we agree on the concept, gate 2, we then bring in the contractor and they start actively developing the design much earlier. And then in a 2-stage managing contractor, you'll develop a design, you'll get to a target cost and scope that you agree on, and then the second phase, effectively, they'll firm that scope up and they'll deliver to that scope. Similarly for ECI or early contractor involvement, it is again, you're bringing forward the contractor, they're having more involvement in that early design process, you develop it together, you develop a final scope and cost, and then they build. So there's slight nuances on the different. And then we've got our typical construct only. So for Mitch's day labour, internal construction crews, 100% design, they build it to plan. So projects like Cotloo Street, 100% design, Mitch goes to build. So they're the 4 delivery models. Sometimes you'll hear state development or state investment frameworks. So under the state government frameworks, there's 2 terms. So there's the Project Assurance Framework, or the PAF. To those who use it a lot, you'll hear that term used. And there's also BCDF, which I think is Building Construction Development Framework. So effectively, they are the investment frameworks that the state government uses. They're quite similar, but slightly different in their nuances and deliverables. But what I've done is effectively lined up the state government investment frameworks with our P3Ms. So if you hear someone talk about strategic assessment, that's very much quite early. You're right back in that ideation. If we look at projects like Light Rail 4, which I'm sure will come up later today, it has just completed preliminary evaluation and is due to go into business case or detailed business case. So you can see from our P3M, effectively that's gate 2 to gate 3. So very similar. So we can line up and provide reports on projects that are securing state government funding under P3M and use this consistent terminology for you. So there's no confusion as a council where projects are at, what maturity they're at, and where they are in an investment decision pathway. So I'll pass back to Mitch. Yes.
Sorry, through you, Chair. At what stage is council endorsement of a project? Where does it happen in that scale? Because it goes from ideation, which may not have been presented to council at all. Yep. So where is council endorsement? Where does it kick in that schedule, please?
Yeah. So going forward, I won't talk retrospectively, but when we develop a master plan or a strategy, certainly in Infrastructure Gold Coast, we will bring it to you as we are today. So that's the pre-gate 0. So you're getting an idea of the strategy, of our asset management plans, all those strategic documents that we've been bringing to you and talking about next network strategies for transport planning. When you actually get into project level, if you're considering it in the 10-year capital program, gate 1, we should start to see a project listed. And we think, this is particularly for multi-year projects, you'll have a description of a project. a long-term forecast. And what we might do is say we're actually going to undertake the options assessment in the following year's budget, and then we'll come back to you at gate 2 and say this is the project we think we need to build, and here's the scope and the phasing in the 4 years. So there's 3 decision points for councillors for large projects. Where we have things like programs like rehabilitation programs, which are rolling renewal programs, you obviously don't want to have a consideration on 1,432 rehab projects. So typically through the budget process, as you'll be familiar with, we'll show you what the program is. So effectively the total program value, the list of candidate projects, and we kind of put that below the line, and you're making a decision. Once you've decided on those, we just roll those through as officers, because that's a criteria driven. You've set the budget, we've given you the prioritisation, and effectively we deliver those. So depending on the complexity of the project, Councillor Gates, will be the number of times you see it.
Okay.
But yet, particularly for larger projects, you'd see those gate 1, 2s.
So the intent is from this point forward, if this is adopted, for every proposed infrastructure project that the council is considering to go through this process?
For those where we require, a direction or additional budget or something that's beyond, our officers' delegation. So for those core capital programs that we present to you in the budget, where Mitch will have his core program listed for plan, design, build. So we'll effectively be showing you the projects in budget. It's time. We would run those gate 1s, gate 2s as officers, but for large projects or where you required a specific additional level of information, we'd come back. So typically a lot of those gate 1s, we've got 1,200 individual projects I think we're running in the program. The ones that we will come back to you will be those larger projects where there's a key decision making, there's no strategy or asset management plan driving that investment, and there's a need to get a council direction. But typically you should always have visibility in the annual capital process, where you're seeing a 10-year forecast and a 4-year capital program that has those candidate projects listed in it for your consideration.
So, sorry, just one more question, if that's okay, Chair. You mentioned retrospectivity. So for those projects that the council has endorsed right now, in advance of budget, will we have an idea of what our commitments are, both through this process and if there's any former projects that have been supported but not gone through this process? How will we know where we are funding-wise for infrastructure projects across the board?
Yeah, so through the Chair, through the budget process, you'll see, the comparison to the 10-year financial plan that was adopted last year, which obviously has, the 4-year budget and a forecast, the new proposed, and any discussions on what those changes are, that's key. Obviously, there's always variances in capital projects, and as we've seen, there's been an uplift in our water network, so there'll be a change from last year to this year that we should be able to show you through the budget process. But you have an adopted 4-year capital budget and you have an adopted forecast, so they're baselined, and any change should be able to reference the variance from old to new.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Tozer.
Just a question through you to Michael, if you wouldn't mind. A couple of times you've used the word bigger to describe for bigger projects. We'll come back to council.
Yeah.
Bigger seems relative. When I'm talking about a waste project or a, bigger might be different than if I'm talking about a road project or a community centre. How do you define bigger?
It's an interesting one. So quite often it's not around cost. Perhaps it's more about strategic elements. So
strategic bigness.
Yeah, strategic interest. So when we talk about our strategic projects, which is a program within infrastructure, it includes projects like the Music Hall, Surfers Paradise revitalisation, Coomera Civic Hub,
yes.
All My Library, all of those elements that have a strong community and political interest and driver. Also a relatively large budget, but it's driven I guess, by that interest in the way they're being generated. Whilst some of the larger projects, where we're providing upgrades to treatment plants,
Yeah.
where we're doing they are kind of more core business, asset renewal, population upgrade driven.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
So it's those more discretionary, community interest, strategic nature projects that would typically come back to the council for a discrete decision.
Right. So every year we do the budget, and there's a 4-year capital works program, which we have a look through, and we go through the projects. Quite a number of councillors here will look through that kind of line by line and see what's in their division and see what's outside the division and see the big projects and the small projects, and they kind of have a picture in there. Is it expected that, in order for councillors to be kind of across the decision-making process that's happening here, are councillors, it occurs to me that maybe councillors aren't really that involved in this gate exercise. It's really just, and I'm conscious that at a state government level where they seem to have a very similar project, sometimes the politicians aren't as close to the decisions as we are maybe in this chamber. And maybe I'm touching on some of the questions that maybe Councillor Gates is. There's not really a question there.
Yeah.
To what extent do you expect councillors to be involved in this gate process, if at all?
Through the chair, I expect you to have an awareness and a basic understanding of the gated investment process.
Yes.
And when we bring a report back to you, it will say, if we seek a council endorsement, gate 2 approval, gate 3 approval. What are we seeking? You'll be able to refer to this, and you'll understand the maturity of the project and what the investment decision is. But I do not expect you to know the details, ins and outs of P3M. This report was provided in response to a request to have a presentation on P3M. But I think as councillors, which are effectively governing that investment framework, having a broad understanding of the investment decision-making criteria is really what we're seeking from today, not getting you in the detail.
Okay.
Through the chair, I can probably give you a slightly different take on, the whole process and where your involvement is. Michael talked about the budget approval process before. So what we're doing with this process is putting a whole heap more rigour into the process earlier on. So back of house, as in council offices, when we develop a program, say, whether it's the road rehab program or any of the other programs that come to you in the 4-year budget cycle, we put a lot of rigour behind that to make sure that we get, through gate 1, that we've got clarity of the list of, projects that we're going to be delivering, so that when it comes to budget for you guys to have a look at, we've got certainty that we're making promises that we can deliver on. So from an assurance perspective, that's really important for us to make sure that, when we put it in front of you, we've got some certainty around, our own ability to deliver. Michael touched as well on, the guardrails that we have in terms of how do you define a small versus a large project. So, there's a lot of it's to do with risk. So how risky is the project? And that could be a range of different things, whether it's a core business activity or whether it's a strategic citywide impacting project. It's going to have a risk profile associated with it, and so that's going to help us determine where does that sit in terms of project complexity. So typically, we wouldn't think that you'd be having any part of a process other than to be aware of it for anything that's small or medium in size, but certainly those citywide impacting projects, like Michael referred to before, might come through to council here for consideration of whether it progresses into the next phase. So on the slide there that we haven't kind of talked about yet is, how do we allocate for budgets in the upcoming year, and how do we make sure that we're not presenting something that we just don't have any certainty of. I might just flick back one slide. One of the key components that made Michael's slide before was around the accuracy of our estimates. And so when we're in the early phases of a project, we don't know a lot about it, so we might only know 1 to 3 or 5% of what the project is actually going to be able to deliver. So we're adopting an international standard for estimating to make sure that we get consistency in what are the requirements to be able to define a class 5 estimate, say, And then what does that actually mean when that is presented in front of you? You know, what's the certainty of us being able to deliver for the amount, right? As soon as we kind of speak an amount, that's what becomes the expectation. That's what we're going to deliver a project for. But you can see there that when we're in those really early phases of project development, we actually don't know. There's a level of uncertainty around where the project estimate's going to end up. So, when we can say to you, well, this is a Class 5 estimate, we only know a very small amount about this project. It could be 50% less, but it could be double the price. We don't know. But what we'll be coming to ask you for as part of a budget ask is not for approval for that whole project total cost, but simply
enough to get
give
you
us
to
an
gate
investment for the next phase.
Yeah, enough to get you to the next
Correct.
gate.
Yeah, so that we're not making wild commitments, way out into the future.
And I think the reason I ask is that this week I had a meeting with the LGIP team who came to me with a list of projects, and one of the projects appeared that I'd never seen before. It's brand new, and I can't talk about it because it's enclosed. It's a confidential paper, but it was not an insignificant number, and it occurred to me that it had slipped through to have a not insignificant, eight-figure item, and I knew it was kind of coming, but only because of some vague conversations. And then all of a sudden it appeared in the LGIP, and I was like, okay, wow, there's actually a budget allocation to this, and it appears that process with LGIP isn't necessarily at this point aligned with this gate decision-making exercise.
Yeah, so all of
and I get that. I get that we need to be flexible and fluid in the way we deal with projects, and it's hard for me to speak so vaguely about a project, but I can't say more than what I've said.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. So I guess what we'd really like to be able to be in a position of is when we've got those core renewal programs, growth programs that are part of, maintaining the level of infrastructure for community, those sorts of things make up part of our annual budget process and the 4-year program, and we can give you clarity on what phase is it in now and what's the decision making that's been in place up to that point, so that we've got some certainty around delivery for the next year or within the 4 years. But those discretionary type things, I think, are the parts that we'll be looking, especially when they're large numbers, for council advice on whether we progress those sorts of projects.
Okay.
And just a question. Obviously, this is a new policy that we're running now, or new procedure process, and then we've had previous budgets. Have we got any indication of your previous budget's approvals and how many would have been in that gate 0, 1, 2 that may not have been in the budget moving forward? And is there a time frame that you need to obviously clean them out the system, if I should say, because they're already there?
Through the chair, in terms of the 4-year capital program, as you recall, we presented saying that approximately 30% of the 4-year capital programs at Gate 2. So that means 70% is less mature than Gate 2 in the 4-year capital program. So the acceleration of our planning and early design, we talked about doubling our planning and design efforts so that we can really get a higher level of definition over the 4 years. So that's in answer to the 4-year. In terms of the 10-year forecast, there are a number of project investments that would not have a Gate 1 maturity if you were to assess it against the current framework. But again, over the next 3 years, we will build the maturity of the 4-year capital, and we will build the maturity of the 10-year forecast. So giving you greater certainty in the investment decisions, and I guess in terms of cost, schedule, and the risks around those investments will gradually build. But we believe this is a 3-year transition to your question, Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I just wanted to get your thoughts, Michael, on Invest GC. So when we're talking about our bigger investment decisions, we've got the separate entity now. At what part of this process do you see Invest GC being an advisory to that project? And is there multiple touch points? Is it ideation and then we go back at business case stage, or how do they incorporate into those types of projects?
Through the chair, the projects, if there's an InvestGC project that's developed at a business case to Gate 1, and then it then became a city asset that effectively infrastructure Gold Coast may design, build, or potentially even operate, maintain, it'll be the Gate 1 interface. And then InvestGC would be a key stakeholder through that options development, and then we would deliver it during our normal pathway. So part of bedding down this framework will be then conversations with the entities on nature-based and invest on how they connect into this framework. But yeah, typically Gate 1, if there's a handover to a build by the city.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Hopefully just a quick one. Back on the different models of design and construct, or the ECI, the MCI, just wondering if you can give me a ballpark on what's the sort of city breakdown on that. You know, is one, significantly larger in terms of what we typically do here?
Yeah, I'll have a go, and then Mitch can have a go. About probably around 30% of our total capital program is constructed in-house, thereabouts.
I'll agree.
So that's construct only. We typically, when we outsource, a lot of our D&Cs, I would say, would be the traditional, where we've got a lot of design and constructs. I wouldn't like to put a percent on it, but it's probably greater than 50%, I think, if you looked at total. And then for some of the projects where we've got ECI involvement, we have some of those partnerships with GCIS, for example. There's some elements of, when we bring the contractor in to have input. Our partnership with Fulton Hogan, we could consider to bring them in, for example, to have input into design. So I would say majority D&C, then construct only, and then our ECI and managing contractor are more specific projects and niche programs. So Mitch might have some better numbers.
It'd be silly for me to disagree with the boss.
Okay.
Yeah, look, we probably covered all of the information that was on the slides, so probably not worth going into any more detail. But what I would say is happy to come and speak with any of you in more detail about the process and the elements that are contained within. So, even on that slide, there's still some nuances within it that, when you start to be exposed to the projects, depending on the delivery model, you're going to hear different language. So, it's going to take probably a little bit of time to get used to, but happy to come and speak with anyone and provide some insight into what we're trying to do.
Thank you, Mitch. Is there any more questions on that? Oh, look, I think it's a great initiative what we put in place. I think the biggest challenge I think we all have had over a period of time is understanding how projects get into our budget, and obviously then how we deliver them. In a lot of cases is based on when it gets into the budget and when we're expecting to be completed. So I think this hopefully will give us more of a clear understanding of each projects as they come in to us as a item or through budget process. So thanks very much. Do I have a mover? Councillor Tozer, seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Do you want to talk to it? No? Beautiful. Beautiful. All in favour? Carry. Thank you. Thanks, Mitch. 6.2, integrated planning approach, transport utilities, open space and community facilities. Mark Vaughan, we have a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, councillors. I'm here to take you through our plan to develop a integrated infrastructure strategy. This slide probably shows the problem that we're trying to address in one picture. This is a non-complete list of all of our current strategies. They are a mix of things that are current, things that are about to expire, and some things that are expired. The challenge with some of these things is that they're actually all on different time frames as well, different assumptions in them. And I suppose what has happened is that there's a real opportunity has presented itself. So the two things that have probably catalysed us wanting to do this piece of work is one is the change to the organisational structure. So if I look at these documents here, it actually really does reflect the way that we used to do business in our different directorates, and that we would actually do our own thing and really wouldn't talk to our peers very much. We've all come together as infrastructure, and I suppose I'll highlight it now. The waste guys are on board with this as well, so waste is part of this as well. But we've all come together and we've got an opportunity to put together an overall infrastructure plan for the city. And the second thing is we've been in a lot of the workshops, either with yourselves or with members of the public, as we talk about the new planning scheme and the local growth management scheme. Anytime those discussions come out, one of the first questions that's asked is what's the infrastructure to match this growth plan? So what we're trying to do here is create an overall infrastructure strategy that answers firstly, takes advantage of that opportunity that's presented for us to come together as the infrastructure team, and secondly, actually supports the both the planning and reg activities, which is the local growth management scheme and the new planning scheme. So that's what we're trying to do here, and when it's developed, you'll see that we're trying to push it together, that it's all got the same sort of planning horizons, all the same base assumptions are in. So what do we think's needed? So what we're trying to make sure that we get is, we're calling it 3 C's, consistency, coordination, collaboration. So the consistency I've already touched on, making sure that we're consistent across planning assumptions, data and inputs. All our networks are working on the same sets of data. The coordination, integration, we can see, and I've got some more slides to come, that a lot of our work intersects. So you start thinking that you're actually, and we've got Abby coming in here shortly to talk about our coastal lifestyle, but when you start to talk about something like coastal lifestyle, that quickly goes to transport, quickly goes to the open space that's around it. All of these things start to intersect. So trying to make sure that when we're doing this work, we're actually picking up all of those interrelationships. And collaboration. Now, one of the things that we think that we can best get out of this is clearly identify the key challenges for the city and clearly identify how we want to collaborate with other levels of government, particularly the state government, as we're working through, we're trying to deliver on the Shaping SEQ plan, and, we want to be able to be really clear with our advocacy as we're going forward around what's required. All right. How will it work? So we've already said that the 5 networks that we talk about are in there. So there's utilities, transport, waste, open space, and our community facilities. We're talking about consistency already. We're talking about making sure our growth projections are the same, our time horizons are the same, and our principles are the same. All the drivers, when we talk about coordination and collaboration, all the prioritisation and the risk the same. We've got the same objectives, trying to make sure that we get far greater alignment than we've got at the moment. And really, at the end of it, what we're looking for is what pops out on the right-hand side of this screen is the consolidated plans and policies. And you see we've drawn it really as an umbrella that sits above all of these things. So it's not going to be one book with 10,000 pages in it. It's really, the guiding principles of how we bring this all together. The individual work will still happen. I'm going to just use some of these slides here to demonstrate some of the interlinkages that we've got. So when we talk about recycled water, that's clearly in a utility space. But when we think about where recycled water goes, it becomes as part of the road network plan, it's part of the sport and physical activity, our open space, our climate resilience strategy, and our community facilities. All of these things link to recycled water. So historically, we would have created a document, we would have shared it around, we would have said we've consulted with people. What we're really trying to do here is force that and make sure that all the opportunities are actually picked up as we develop this work. One of our favourites at the moment, very topical, is parking plan. When we talk about parking, again, that's there can be issues with our waste recovery centres, and we're trying to get into those, our community facilities, our open space, our sport and physical activity, and our coastal lifestyle. Again, when you start thinking about a parking plan, you're probably not thinking as broadly as that. And again, what we're trying to do with this document is force that broader thinking and that greater alignment with all of the work that our city officers do. And the last example I've got here is our open space. And when you start to think about open space, pretty much links to everything in transport when we talk about our open space, but also our stormwater, our water management, our recycled water, our waste, community facilities, and our climate resilience. So again, it's just trying to pick up that all of these things aren't individual documents anymore, and that there is this real need for these documents to talk to each other. And we think the best way to do it is to have this umbrella strategy that sits above the cross, trying to force that. And all of this really will come together as an input into our future land use planning documents. So these are the key components of the strategy that we'll have for it. We're going to have the introduction and talking about what we're trying to achieve in our integrated approach, strategic context, the key challenges that we've taken through, infrastructure principles, what we're trying to achieve. This would in here we should be talking about our budget constraints and what we can afford as a city. Our infrastructure networks, how each networks, what the key challenges are. Last round of TIC, we brought up to you guys state of the assets, so that sort of information should be feeding into all of our plans, so that all of this makes sense around not only our growth assets and what we need to do to manage the city's growth into the future, but also how do we sustainably manage our current fleet of assets. One we think that will become more and more important is some key focus areas. We think that there's a real need for some precinct master planning going on, making sure that in some of our more high profile and where we think that some of the greater change would be, making sure we've got sound precinct plans for those areas, and then implementation pathways. What is the plan to actually deliver on all of this work that we've identified? And I suppose the last slide that I wanted to have before we took questions is just how does this fit in? So this is a long-term document where we're really trying to use it to seek our long-term direction setting. So this is like a 20-year document. Our medium-term documents, I heard Councillor Tozer earlier talking about LGIP and our planning scheme, our precinct plans, our renewal upgrades, they're all of our medium-term. And that short-term is, again, not real short-term, but it's our 10-year capital program and our 4-year budget. So that's the sort of hierarchy of timeframes that we're working with here. And this is something that we're trying to use to really set the long-term context for the city. So timing-wise, what we're trying to do this work around the next few months. We want to be consulting on it in the middle of the year. And a lot of it will be lined up with the work the consultation that's taking place around the planning scheme and the LGMS. They're two documents that need to work in harmony. So with that, the Chair, I'll take any questions.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chair. I just have one on the last point raised on page 38, if I may. Are the areas that are highlighted requiring significant infrastructure, are they all subject to precinct master plans? Because I'm interested that there's nothing mentioned north of Southport when more than 50% of our community actually lives north of Southport. So I'm just interested in the key focus areas that are listed and how they were highlighted, please.
Yep. Through the Chair. What Councillor Gates is talking about there is the call out where we talked about Surfers Paradise, Burleigh, Southport, Robina and Carrara. So at the point in time when this document was written, these were all key areas that we had challenges with that we wanted to look at. Some of those have already changed a little bit with the announcing of some of the Olympic sites. So there may be some different focus that we would want to put onto these sites. These were what we thought would be the first in the list of many. This list would expand over time, but these were the ones that were priority at the time.
And sorry, I have no understanding what the challenges might be, because from my perspective, the challenges are in the north of the city, where there is a lag for infrastructure, and the older parts of the city have been fairly well catered for. But in terms of, for example, a fully operational library north of Southport, we're lagging behind, and there's one proposed. Well, there's one proposed for Coomera and there's one proposed for Ormo, but there are significant issues with the Coomera one because of the land. And I just don't have an understanding of how the north of the city has missed out as a key focus area for infrastructure. I simply don't understand.
Through the chair, I think what these key focus areas, Councillor, aren't focusing on, there's a greater need to put infrastructure on the ground or not. So it's not prioritising our project pipeline in northern areas of the city over this. What these focus areas, it's precinct planning, it's that local precinct planning, master planning element where we know we've got some significant investment coming in. There's that population uplift, but we haven't really got that integrated planning, master plan type area. So the reasons those areas were called out, obviously with Burleigh, there's obviously a lot of projects that are already in. There was also some interface areas for light rail, so we've got some elements there that would have needed to be dealt with. Surfers Paradise, obviously there's quite a bit going on in Surfers Paradise. There's been some master planning done. And Southport, there's already been some master planning work done in the Southport precinct. So what that was really highlighting, it wasn't about prioritising where project investment should go. It was identifying where there's probably a gap in us identifying a precinct plan or a local area plan that makes sure that we've got a very aligned approach to investment across land use planning and infrastructure. So it certainly wasn't meant to suggest that they are where we should be putting the most dollars on the ground with infrastructure. It was more the overarching planning gap.
So the issue that I have is the recommendation says that Council approve preparation of a Gold Coast 2046 infrastructure strategy, and on page 38 it says the key components of the strategy, and you list all of those central Gold Coast locations as key focus areas. And so I will not be supporting the recommendation today unless there's an assurance that the whole of the city is considered in terms of the delivery of specific infrastructure and place-based planning.
Yeah, that was there. Yeah.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
No, through.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah. Yes.
Well, I just have a problem with that, and I think as the representative for most of northern Gold Coast over a very long period of time, it's up to me to actually highlight that there's infrastructure needs in the north in many, many ways, including the road network, that I would think should be a key focus for the delivery of infrastructure.
Yeah.
So it would be remiss of me not to raise that in this forum today and hope that it draws attention to the needs of northern Gold Coast.
Yep. And through the chair, I'd be, there were examples and happy to remove those specific references from the presentation and the framework.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
If council so wished.
Thanks, Michael.
Not a problem. So we've got the recommendation. Any more questions?
No, Chairman, I
Councillor?
had a similar concern to Councillor Gates in that Nerang wasn't listed, but I know that it's probably identified in one of those lists somewhere, and this is just an example or a representation of that. I kind of draw my reference to the city plan and the local growth management strategy work that we're undertaking. That probably gives us some guidance as to what those key areas will be. Thanks. I'm happy to support the motion.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Just looking for confirmation around this infrastructure strategy, that is essentially being reviewed on its own, given we've got the local growth management and the city plan, and I know that is informing infrastructure. But I suppose, I guess my concern is if we are tailoring infrastructure just to suit the city plan when, I think there is a view that infrastructure should lead planning. So I'm just interested how you reconcile how they both work together, but we look at infrastructure in a pure sense to unlock the most capacity irrespective where the city, plan is shaping?
Through the chair, I suppose the answer to that, councillor, is that the way this works for us is that they inform each other, and it's very iterative. So we'll be iterating towards an answer with the planning and reg guys in trying to show when a proposal comes forward with what we should be taking forward in the LGMS or the planning scheme, what is the impact of that on infrastructure? How can we actually make sure that the infrastructure needs are met with that example? And then we would be expecting those guys to take our feedback and then modify what they're putting forward, and then we will iterate towards an answer that satisfies both.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So does the overarching strategy document, does that negate the need for the smaller, more detailed strategy documents? I understand they'd be aligned, but will this replace? And if so, looking to the future, how often will it be updated? Because obviously things change.
Yeah. Through the chair, no, it won't replace all of those. There'll be a consolidation. We would expect there to be less of the other documents, but they'll still be developed individually. But this will be effectively what we're trying to use is that this is the guiding light that they're all working to, trying to drive that consistency. We'll have less of them, but we'll still have the need for the other documents will have all of the detail.
So then with the infrastructure advocacy documents and things that exist out there, they'll still have their place and their need in terms of advocating for state and federal funding or grants. So I guess my question is, will this have an element of the advocacy in this document as well, or will all of that sit in the advocacy document?
Through the chair, I think this would have a lot of the advocacy document in. I think this would be when we're trying to show our key needs for the city, it should be sitting in this document.
Okay.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mark. Just through the chair, I just probably want to be assured that when we're talking about infrastructure, that renewal of larger projects are on the same level, because I know through the local growth management strategy, we will identify where the population growth is going to be. But I think in some older areas, and I think Division 14 is probably one of those areas that they were going to have the least population growth, but there will be a lot of really big projects that need renewal coming over the next 10 years, and they'll be needing a lot of money too. I just want to be sure that we're getting the same, priority.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. That's a great question for me. What we're looking to do there is we want to fund our renewals first. So that's always been the model that the city's taken, is we're trying to make sure that our required renewals are put right to the top of the funding requirements. What this allows us to do is actually look within the network as well too. So as we understand the growth that is coming, we'll have a better understanding of when we actually look to make that renewal. Is it absolutely a like-for-like renewal? Is there an element of allowing for growth at the same time? By targeting those things together, we think we can again get a better outcome, making sure that every opportunity when we work on our assets has both a what does the future look like, growth element to it, as well as what is the condition of the asset now, what interventions do we need to make because of asset condition. So having those things together will have a much better forward infrastructure plan.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Taz would like to move the
I'm happy to
item.
move it if you like.
Yeah. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Young, do you want to talk to it?
Look, not that long ago, we were a differently structured organisation with arms of the business activities of council, all kind of managing their own infrastructure and their own asset management and their own. And it was almost as if the infrastructure area of council was like a service organisation to each of those other silos in the broader council. And that restructure that's occurred over the last 2 years, 3 years now necessitates a plan like this to make sure that the infrastructure team, who are now managing all of the built form effectively in the city, have a strategy by which to measure any of the other strategies against. I think this seems like a natural next step that didn't previously exist because it didn't need to. Every silo had their own kind of strategy about how to deliver infrastructure, and now that that's all being managed by one entity, it makes most sense that we move in this direction. So I hope councillors support it today.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour? Carry.
through the... Sorry, you go.
Yeah, no.
Whilst we're waiting for Abby to come up, I was going to introduce the item through the chair, if that's okay.
So 6.3.
Correct. So this is our coastal lifestyle strategy. So this strategy builds on the previous ocean beaches strategy, which many of the councillors will be familiar with, which is now expiring. It's very much around ensuring our beaches are resilient. That has been a key component and something that's been tested recently with Cyclone Alfred. That previous ocean beaches strategy, in essence, underpinned why we had such a high level of resilience to that event, particularly in the southern areas where the level of beach nourishment, the creation of artificial reefs, the seawalls and training walls had been built, really played a role, a critical role, and held up during that event. The strategy also highlighted some vulnerabilities and opportunities in our northern beaches, which obviously have now been evidenced through the event. And continuing on with that, that long-term strategy out to 2050 is really critical for the city to remain a resilient city. But the strategy is not just about infrastructure resilience, it also talks a lot about our lifestyle elements. So accessibility, recreation, and environmental elements are all very strong in this strategy. So I'll pass over to Abby and you can walk us through the presentation.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon, councillors. Now, before we get into the detail, I've got a bit of a challenge for you all to have a bit of fun. I've thrown in some coastal puns throughout the presentation. So see how many you can spot. I'm sure you'll love them. Good. Keep count. We'll see who wins at the end. And before I get into it as well, I just wanted to note that, obviously we had that ocean beaches strategy like Michael spoke about, but this strategy looks beyond just our beaches. We're also looking at our canals, our lakes, and our foreshore parks. So to really create that holistic view of all of our coastal assets. Okay, now we cast a wide net to shape the strategy with 3 rounds of consultation. So through GC Have Your Say, we surveyed over 3,400 people. We held 11 pop-up sessions to understand the community's top concerns, their priorities, and their vision for these coastal spaces. With support from key stakeholders, we analysed these results, wading through more than 11,000 lines of feedback to develop the strategy's key focus areas. Finally, we presented the draft strategy focus areas back to the community. That was our 3rd round, and we received over 94% support for each focus area, confirming that we for sure understood them in the first consultation. So we'd sincerely like to thank the approximate 4,000 people that contributed to the surveys. Those 11,000 lines of text were invaluable to understanding the community's wishes and what they love about our coastal lifestyle. And they really helped us navigate the way forward and anchor the strategy in what truly matters to the community. Okay, so without further ado, this is the Our Coastal Lifestyle strategy on a page. This is that high-level snapshot of what, the strategy's focus areas, the outcomes, and the measures of success. Now, the strategy does deliver on all council plan outcomes due to direct benefits to the economy, lifestyle, the natural environment, and legacy outcomes of the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Games. But based on community input, the strongest themes which we've highlighted here relate to connected community and livable places. Now, I'm going to give you a quick overview of each focus area. So, coastal connections. This is about providing easy access to vibrant destinations that cater for all abilities and are connected through water and coastal pathways. So this will include increasing boat trailer parking, end-of-trip facilities, and disability access. It'll be connecting our coastal pathways such as the Ocean Way, delivering new and upgraded boardwalks around our lakes, and delivering infrastructure to support kayak trails. Now, 94% of the community stated that they agree or are neutral about this focus area. The next focus area, coastal experience, focuses on providing coastal places that cater for diverse activities, consider our growing population, and balance the natural beauty with amenities that elevate our unique lifestyle. This is the real anchor of the lifestyle piece, with a focus on uplifting underutilised areas, managing the available activities, and providing safe swimming locations through swimming enclosures and lifeguard coverage. Now, due to our increasing population, it's crucial that we identify suitable areas that we can enhance to help manage crowding across our coastal network and diversify our coastal offerings. Another key outcome here is improving our education to the community with messaging around safety, the how and why we manage our coastal places, and ways to improve everyone's experience. This includes expanding the City app. As we know, the beaches feature is one of the most popular features of the City app, with over 3.3 million visits since it launched 10 months ago. So this includes 2 million visits during TC Alfred as well. It is definitely making waves. So the strategy will aim to increase the City app offerings with live cameras at waterways, boat ramps, trailer parking, and also providing water quality information. Now, 95% of the community stated they agree or are neutral about this focus area. The final focus area, coastal future, includes collectively managing and caring for our dynamic coastal environments and designing them with the future in mind. In other words, keeping them in ship shape for future generations. So some of the key deliverables will include delivering the Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme, establishing and expanding ongoing health and cleanliness metrics, including water quality, expanding our ecological restoration of our dunes, and increasing planting and biodiversity around our lakes. This one is also about putting us on the map as leaders in the field of coastal management and making sure that all decisions are based on evidence, whether that's coastal science, social or cultural values, or economic impacts. As we saw with TC Alfred, we had steep scarping and erosion along our beaches, but areas with healthy dune vegetation and coastal protection structures in place fared the best. Staying on course with this proactive coastal management is a key priority for the strategy. Glad to hear you listening. Now, this one had the most support, with 96% of the community stating they agree or are neutral about this focus area. So that's the details about the strategy. Now, we'd like to share a video that we had prepared to showcase the coastal lifestyle strategy. Hopefully this will play for us. Nope.
Take questions while we're waiting. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chair. Through you. In doing this survey, was any consideration given to the potential costs? Because it's kind of like asking people, would they like a hamburger or a fillet steak, with no cost variance between either. So was there any consideration of the cost of delivery at all? Or was it just, would you like a big swimming enclosure? And how many would you like? And it's tricky.
Who would like to?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Gates. The short answer to that is no, but because the framing of the consultation was about understanding the community's values and what they value in our coastal zone, in our coastal areas. that then informs us to develop a strategy, and this strategy will result in projects that we identify that are of close alignment with this strategy, and that it'll be up to council to determine whether the funding for each of those particular projects is worthy and balanced against all the other programs in the entire city.
Thank you. So how does it work when it's supportive or neutral? Because how do you know if it's neutral? I guess that basically means people don't care. So how do you give a 96% rating to something that's either positive or neutral? How do you gauge what their true feeling is? How was that identified on the survey, please?
Through the chair, we didn't put it there, but it was maybe 85% or more that actually agreed. So it was actually quite a small percentage that said they were neutral. And I guess in the survey spiel, often if we say neutral, it means they don't have an opinion either way. They're not opposed to it, but they don't have, they don't have strong positive feelings towards it either. So
was there a positive column and a neutral column? And if so, did you add them together to get a combined number rather than present to us who was neutral and who was positive?
Correct. So we did combine those numbers. You can see in the report we've actually separated them there if you'd like to see the differences.
Sorry, where's that? I missed that.
Page 47.
Thank you. I'll have a look at that.
What we'll do is we might see if we can play the video, and then we'll come back. Councillor Fowler and then Young.
Oh, so it's positive in the main. Thank you. That's really all I needed to know.
The Gold Coast is where golden sands meet pristine waters, and vibrant communities thrive along our picturesque coastline. Our coastal areas are more than just a backdrop. They're a lifestyle, and at the heart of who we are as Gold Coasters. From leisurely strolls on the beach, fishing by the lake, or adrenaline-pumping water sports, our beaches, canals, lakes, and foreshore parks provide endless opportunities for recreation and relaxation.
Our Gold Coast lifestyle is all about the beauty of our coast, love of the great outdoors and the relaxing in nature. We continue to invest in and look after our beaches, lakes, canals and foreshore parks. With our population continuing to grow, it is critical that we plan to protect and enhance our coastal environment and lifestyle. Our aim is to create accessibility and connected communities with improved walkways, cycling paths and public space along the coast. Everyone will be able to enjoy the beauty of the Gold Coast. Our vision celebrates our unique coastal culture and love of our natural environment that is the part of our DNA for our city.
As our city continues to grow, so do the challenges and opportunities that come with it. There are more people using our coastal areas than ever before. We're using these valuable spaces in new ways, and our coastline is becoming increasingly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. That's why we need a plan to ensure our coastal areas are sustainably managed now and into the future. Incorporating the community's feedback, we developed our Coastal Lifestyle Strategy. This 25-year strategy aims to tackle the challenges faced by these iconic areas and offer a roadmap for improving our coastal experience, ensuring safety, sustainability, and accessibility for everybody. It's focused on creating vibrant coastal spaces while strengthening the city's resilience to coastal hazards. Together, we endeavour to shape a shared vision to preserve and enhance our coastal lifestyle for generations to come.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Abby. When we had our briefing, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but just regarding water quality. Now, was there plans to put more water quality testing into the city app? Is that what we discussed?
Through the chair. Yes, that's something that we're definitely looking into. Like I said, when we met, we'd like to improve that user experience, and water quality is something that comes up a lot in the community. We know they're really passionate about it. So it is something that we're going to look at to do, whether it's predictive water quality or just based on, the weather patterns, being able to update that with the most up-to-date information of what the water quality is. So you can go on, you can click on a lake and you can see straight away, is it, yellow, red or green, and know whether it's safe to go.
Because there was just some discussion at a previous committee meeting last week, and while that discussion was happening, which through you to Councillor Martin, I was just mindful of that conversation that we had, so thank you for that. And just an additional question, if I may.
Through the Chair, if I could just add to that. I believe there's a report coming to next round of LUR committee around the water quality and how we can actually get that up. The city actually has a lot of data that we want to share around water quality. There's some what I would describe as urban myths getting around particularly around our wastewater network and what the impact that it has on the urban water. And I'd love to see some of that data shared to actually dispel some of those myths. So that's the intent, is to try and get that out there.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I guess my concern, probably similar to a little bit what Councillor Gates was alluding to, is the budget, the money to do this in the future and that future 10-year forecast and onwards. And I guess through you, Chair, to the EGM, I guess I'm really concerned about even the beach infrastructure and the A-line and the works that need to be done in that space as well. And where do our priorities lie? We'd all want additional swimming enclosures. We want one in every division. But the money and the budget only goes so far. So the question that I have is how much of the A-line from a private property perspective was damaged through the recent cyclone? And yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, some of the private walls were exposed. I think the extent of damage was probably quite limited because the event, luckily, where we actually had some of those walls fully exposed, I think on the Friday, on the Saturday, the wave energy did dissipate and we were quite lucky. So what we do know about some of the private sections of wall, they vary in quality and integrity. And there is obviously a broader conversation around the function that those walls play and their resilience, which needs to be worked through. And it is actually a consideration in our current beach restoration strategy that we'll be working back through committee and with more details on that. But effectively, the integrity of the A-line and the primary defence mechanism, obviously with the beach profile in front of it, are absolutely integral. And that is something for our longer term strategy we need to address, whether that be privately or publicly owned asset.
I guess that's my concern is just this strategy is amazing and great work, but it's where do our priorities lay as a city and where does the money go to? And I think restoring the beaches and protecting the A-line is at the top there. And I guess we've got the issue of, I can't remember if it was enclosed or not, so I won't mention the figure, but it is really expensive to replace those sections of A-line, and I guess that's just front of mind for me. Yeah.
Yeah. Through the chair, just to close that out, I think financial sustainability is a really key element, and obviously addressing risk, a desired service outcome, and the cost. It's the triangle that we need to balance. I think the reason that we labour a little bit on the gated investment framework is because that is the tool to do that. So we have to select the best forward pipeline of infrastructure investments that address our risk, meet our community objectives and our service standards, and it needs to be financially sustainable. So having that decision-making framework will allow us to provide a better forecast of all the projects post Gate 1 in a 10-year. We obviously need to reprioritise those based on lots of drivers, which is a great conversation with Council. And similarly for the 4-year capital program, we need to prioritise those investments. So again, I think that those tools that we're outlining today, which have generated so much conversation from strategy into programs of work, into investment prioritisation, will hopefully improve the visibility that investment decision making and giving you more transparency to make those calls, because we can't meet everyone's requirements. There's always that prioritisation and trade-off of risk and renewals and compliance drivers versus potential discretionary projects. So.
Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman, and thanks for the presentation. I wanted to draw attention to the report talks about the need for an overarching strategy for our coastal zone. But my concern is that this is a very human-centric kind of report, and indeed the report is about a coastal lifestyle strategy. And I just wanted to take a bit of a dive into the, Dad, that was for you, the context of the natural environment. And, for example, we talk about fishing to some extent, so everything's about recreation and human use of the coastal areas, nothing about protecting dugongs, seagrass, dolphins, all the other things that we are responsible to look after. So I wonder how those things might be delivered, please, or addressed.
Through the chair, that's a really wonderful point, and something that, when we talk about a coastal lifestyle and we talk about people and it being human-centric, it definitely is. But we also, with this strategy, we wanted it to be really holistic and acknowledge that people care about those things as well, and it's the ecology and all of that makes up what we love about these places. So part of the actions within the strategy document, actually, we do have an ecological review on there, and we are setting up an ecological monitoring program. So that will include monitoring things like our marine wildlife, and as well all the ecology to do with that as well. So yeah.
I'll just provide some further context through the chair. The third pillar in the strategy, if you look at the strategy on the page, is all about the non-human elements. It's about the environment elements. So the key outcomes are about 49. Yeah, on page 49. Key outcomes are about preparing ourselves to the environment to being resilient to hazards. We have healthy and clean coastal places, and we are recognised as a world leader in coastal science, engineering, research and innovation. All of these things are all about, we're actually responding to the strongest themes that the community provide us, which was, take care of what we have and enhance what we have, and then especially the natural environment. So the third pillar is all about the natural environment and what we're doing there.
Thanks, through you, Chair. I just don't see it dramatically sticking out of the strategy, which is going to be the public document. It just really is very much focused on the human utilisation of these spaces, and I think environment gets mentioned, but there's no really strong indicators here about how we're going to respond to and ensure that we maintain a sustainable population of, whether it's fauna or flora, that's in the waterways, especially the sea, the ocean. Thanks.
Good. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. My starting question was about water quality, and it was mentioned a couple of times in your presentation. It's always been my wish that we could publish water quality reports. I'm a bit concerned when you mention the traffic light system, because I think that can be misconstrued. I know that the way we do water quality at the moment is quite analytical. We're under the Department of Environmental Science jurisdiction, so we have to make sure that we follow their rules and regulations. So I'm not sure how far you want to go with that, because surfing comes into this, and I noticed that I'm not sure that the Surfing Reserve Stewardship Committee was consulted through this process. I'm hoping to present this to a future meeting, but it would have been good had they been consulted for this as well. Maybe they were, I don't know.
Through the chair.
Maybe.
Thank you. The traffic light system, that was just an example I threw out there. There hasn't been any, we haven't gotten that far in the process yet, as I'm aware. Yeah, so I think there's a committee report coming
Yeah, through the chair. We'll split the two questions. You can take the one about the World Surfing Reserve, and I'll take the one about water quality. Through the answer on the water quality is we've got lots of data, as you know. The challenge we have with it is that we present some of that data. There's a real lag to when that data is available as to when the event is actually passed. What we're trying to work out is the best way to use the data that we have in a timely manner so that people can make good decisions about when they want to use the waterways, whether it be a canal, a river, or the open beach. You know, what should they expect based on the current environment around? So we're working on the best way to present that data, and that'll be the subject of that report next month.
The other thing I'll just bring up too, and I don't know whether this has happened, I noticed that you have consulted with Gold Coast Waterways, because we have creeks that run into our ocean, and that actually, drums up another challenge when you're talking about water quality, when you have rain, when you have sediment coming down the creeks. And I don't know if you have any intentions through the next report of making sure that there's an education piece out to the public, because public just don't realise what happens with rain events when creeks that are coming from the hinterland come out to the ocean, and there's speculation galore, and it's just not helpful. So I'd really appreciate if the next report challenge, takes up that challenge. That'd be great.
Through the chair, I'll talk to the guys that are preparing that report, and I think it'd actually be worthwhile if we came and saw yourself and Councillor Martin, who have a lot of the concerns are in your divisions.
Just one more, if you won't mind. Just with the A-line, we're currently undertaking a master plan for Snapper Rocks, and one of the priorities will be making sure that the seawalls are prioritised in that area. So I'm hopeful that that's across the coast.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you. That's a perfect segue to my question. On page 49, it mentions the Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme. I was looking for specific reference to the A-line in the strategy, and I couldn't find any specific reference, but I'm wondering, will our strategy for the A-line form part of that Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme? And I was wondering also, I'll get it all in the one question, there's a whole lot of outcomes that are at the back of this report, and I was searching for some sort of outcome there too. The only one that I could find, and correct me if there's one I've missed, but outcome 3.4 on page 76 said perform a baseline assessment and gap analysis of coastal management data for the Gold Coast. I'm wondering if that is where the privately owned properties that have not done any work on the seawall, will it be addressed there? I don't see how we have a strategy that doesn't focus on that, given the properties that we have that are problematic in terms of erosion potential, as we've seen recently.
Yeah, thanks for that. I brought in Matt, who can probably talk more eloquently than all of us on the Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme, which talks in depth about the A-line and that strategy. So.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, through the chair. So I was hearing the question as I was walking in. So we have a few different facets of the coastal management. So one of the key outcomes for this strategy, we did want to have written in there our measure of success, 100% A-line coverage for the coast. But because of the council plan, we kept the outcome beach erosion protection. So we are absolutely looking to ensure that we have that A-line up and down the whole coast. And I think it is mentioned in the report on there as a key outcome from that.
Yeah.
In order to get there, one of the reports we're developing is the Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme. So that'll be a key outcome from the focus area Coastal Future. And one of the key actions on that would be for that A-line completion. It would be dune volume enhancement. It would be coastal protection structures, offshore nourishment, those sorts of actions to bolster the resilience of the beaches.
Thank you, because that is just so important to the future of our beaches, and I appreciate that it's part of the signature project in the planning, but if we're doing a coastal lifestyle strategy from 25 to 50, I would have thought there could be more relevance with that issue provided. Anyway, just a thought.
Through the chair, I agree, and we are bringing a report back to Council in July about that seawall completion strategy to complete 100% of the A line before 2046. So we'll be bringing that in July.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sorry, through the chair. Sorry, can I just add one thing to that? There is actually an action listed on that same page that you're on, just further up, to complete the A-line certified seawall. So it is something that we've specifically called out in the strategy to work towards. Thank you.
Section 3.
Councillor Taylor.
Yeah.
So,
firstly, I just want to say, Abby, I think you did swimmingly. Do you like that?
Love it.
Section 3.2.2 says, assess the ecological health of coastal places and identify actions to improve and maintain health. Couple questions. So there's obviously this plan, and then there's our natural city strategy, and there's obviously some state mechanisms that talk about kind of water quality on the beaches because their asset kind of goes a bit further out. So how do you see this strategy kind of addressing that, and where do you start and stop when it comes to our natural city strategy? That might be a question through you, Chair, to Ross or maybe Michael. Not sure.
So, thank you for the question through the chair. The team within our natural city strategy were integral to developing this strategy, and we made sure that there was careful alignment but no overlap in the development of that.
Yes. Two responsibilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
So when we talk about coastal health places and identity, it occurs to me that in the natural city strategy, we don't actually talk that much about beaches in that. It's more about land-based ecological health. And so I suppose I am kind of following up on Councillor Young's question. That section 3.202 seems like a pretty minor element of the overall plan, but seems to have a lot of ultimate actions that will probably come out of it. Like you talked about identifying actions to improve and maintain health, and there's actually quite a lot of things that we can do in that space.
Yeah.
What's the next level down that sees those actions more clear?
Through the chair, I guess through the development of this strategy, the heavy lifting in the environment space is already taken care of with our natural city strategy. And I suppose what we tried to identify in the development of this strategy is what are the targeted outcomes that were relevant to just our coastal places.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. Trying to work out. We've got this strategy here that says, it says identify actions to improve and maintain health. And I think maybe my question is that going to be an action plan, or is that going to come later, or when's that going to come, and in what form is it going to come?
Through the chair, this is what I was mentioning before, actually, the ecological review. So sitting underneath this action will be an ecological review of all our coastal places and then coming up with a management plan.
Yeah, and timeline on when we think that might be ready to have a look at?
I believe soon. Should be this year. This year we should be coming back to council with that.
So it's fair to say that in the next 6 months, either this committee or maybe the Lifestyle Committee, Environment Area of Lifestyle Committee will have some sort of actions relating to that to review. Great, that's awesome. Thank you.
So, Chairman, if I can just jump in there, Councillor Tozer's drawn our attention to item 3.2.2. Assess the ecological health of coastal places and identify actions to improve and maintain health. Okay, so it's a very broad kind of statement, but you just go down to outcome 3.4 and you've got things like perform a baseline assessment and gap analysis, gather information, establish ongoing people and activity counting. Those kind of details are really lacking in that, in addressing the environmental values, I think, and I'd be really much happier to see an elaboration of those. Do you understand what I mean?
Through the chair, I'll take that one. So I think the crux of these key actions, and they're in the state they're in because we don't have that data, So this strategy is really directing us to perform all of these analysis and getting those baselines so that then we can come up with the management plans and implement the actions required to improve the health. So that's why there's not much detail in those specific actions, because we don't have the data available to do that yet. So this is what this strategy is trying to get to. So once we have that data, we'll be able to bring that back and say, in the 5-year review or whatever the review period is, we have updated information and we want to reword this action or to add more details to it and say, these are now the 4 actions underneath this sub-action.
Thanks for the response. Thanks, Chair.
Any more questions at the moment? Could we get the recommendation on the screen? Do we have a mover for the current recommendation or any?
I don't have any beaches, but I'm happy to move it if no one else wants to.
Councillor Tozer, happy to second it. Councillor O'Neill, I'm happy to take your seconder. Do you want to talk to it, Councillor Tozer?
Well, like I said, in Division 9 there isn't any beaches, but maybe Councillor O'Neill could close debate.
I think this strategy is very important for our city. We all know how important the beaches are, and we certainly saw that with Cyclone Alfred just recently. But I think it's also really fantastic that we're including canals, waterways, creeks in this strategy as well, because they all form part of our lifestyle. And I think a lot of the data that you're going to collect, Matt, going forward will be really, really important, and to marry up with the resilience strategy as well. And water quality is something I think that we can't ignore, and we have to keep on top of all the time and make sure that the community is going along and know exactly what the water quality means, and when to go in the water and when to not go in the water. And I think we've been a little bit lacking in that area. So I'm really happy to hear you say, Abby, that that's going to be improved. But very happy to move this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone to speak against the motion? I'll put it to the floor. All in favour? Against? Carry.
Cool.
Thank you. Abby and Ross.
Jump right in the deep end, Abby.
I think you won that, Councillor Tozer.
Just saying. Someone had to take the mantle from Councillor Vorster.
6.4 car share trial evaluation, and we've got Dan Norton. Presentation, thank you.
I don't know, I didn't count them all. I just tried to be funny. Thank you. That's good.
Okay now, yeah. Through the chair, good afternoon, councillors. So I'm here today to provide you with an update on the car share trial currently underway. So firstly, what is car share? So car sharing enables on-demand, short-term car rental trips, which reduce the need for private vehicle ownership. So it's targeted at residents that are on the fence about needing to own a vehicle or a second vehicle. These people tend to use public transport or active transport for their daily commuting needs, with an occasional need for a private vehicle. Car sharing fills this gap for those people who would otherwise need to own a car for infrequent use. Research shows that one car share vehicle has the potential to remove up to 9 private vehicles off the transport network, which in turn reduces reliance on private vehicles, reduces traffic congestion and demand for car parking as well. So the city commenced a trial for the car share scheme in late 2023. It's a zero value contract that's being operated by FlexiCar. So that partnership's been in place for just over 12 months now. In terms of how it works when using a FlexiCar car share vehicle, the first thing you do is you download the app via your smartphone. You pick the plan that suits your needs. So there's a student plan, there's a personal plan, or there's a business plan option. Once you've picked the plan, you register to become a member. So that takes as little as 5 minutes to go from not being signed up and registered to being ready to drive away in a car. Next step is you book your car via the app, and then you're able to walk up to that vehicle, unlock it via the app, jump in the car and go for a drive. Fuel is included in the price that you pay via the app. And the way the model works is each car has its own dedicated car space, and you take the vehicle from that dedicated car space and you return it to the same location. So there are 20 dedicated on-street car parks in the city with FlexiCar vehicles within them. There's 7 in Southport, 5 in Surfers, 3 in Broadbeach, 1 in Robina, Varsity and Burleigh, and then a further 2 in Coolangatta. So in terms of the trial results to date, we've had almost 1,300 trips taken, travelling more than 97,000 kilometres in a FlexiCar vehicle. 55% of trips have been made by Gold Coast residents. At the moment, we have over 400 local Gold Coast residents signed up to use the service. The most popular trip purpose relates to leisure and recreation, which is consistent with what the research tells us. So people are largely using these types of schemes for shopping trips when they need bulky items that they can't use a public transport service for, or alternative for long trips that they're taking, which again, public transport might not necessarily suit that need. So they use a FlexiCar vehicle for longer trip purposes. Based on recent surveys undertaken, key motivations for use related to the cost or the affordability of the service, environmental benefits gained, and then also matters relating to car parking. So basically, if you're using a FlexiCar vehicle, you don't have to worry about where you get the car from. It's in the same car park you would expect it to be every time, and you return it to the same car park, so you don't have to worry about getting it back to a space. On the slide down the bottom left-hand side, there's a bit of a graph there with some data. So this shows the trips taken by new members and existing members each month over approximately the last 12 months. So some promising signs there relate to the fact that we've seen an increase in membership numbers towards the end of last year. And also existing members' numbers have increased as well, which says to us that people that have signed up to use the service have had a good experience and then have returned to continue using it. In terms of our most popular car parks, Southport has proven to be the most popular location for car parks for both locals and then the overall users of the scheme, and followed by Surfers Paradise as well. So contract performance, there's 9 KPIs within the contract. FlexiCar are meeting all 9 of their KPIs. I'll touch on a couple of those. So growth in membership. So this looks at growth in membership quarter on quarter. So in the last quarter of last calendar year, they had 148 additional members sign up to the service as an example of them meeting that KPI. And then growth in number of trips as well, based on quarter, there was an additional approximately 70 trips in that quarter compared to the previous quarter, which again is really promising signs. Some learnings to date associated with the scheme and its current operations. So firstly, when we first rolled out the car parks, there were some spaces that weren't being used as much as we would have liked. So in consultation with FlexiCar, the first thing we did was we tried using some different vehicles in those locations to see if that might change demand. That did work in some instances, but there was a couple of car parks where we didn't see that change that we wanted. So the next step then was we decided to relocate to new car park locations, which turned out to be a really great option, and we've seen much better use of those spaces now in their new locations. The other initiative or learning that we've brought in through this trial as well is marketing of the service. Car sharing is still new and somewhat unknown. So FlexiCar have done a great job to further market the scheme. So they run a locals discount campaign in February with support from the city. Flyers were distributed to the locations surrounding FlexiCar vehicles. There was information included on the cars located throughout the city. And a further campaign was run in November last year just to further promote the service on the Gold Coast and try and make people aware of what it is and what it has to offer. So in closing, the officer's recommendation is to continue operating a car share scheme via a contractual arrangement. The reasons for that relate to, firstly, the success of the trial to date. As we've mentioned, there's been a continued growth in trips, continued growth in the membership, and it's certainly been successful to date, so things are looking up for it. In terms of, it is still a new concept as well, so changing travel habits takes time, and it's really only been a little over 12 months, so there's still a lot of room for growth, still a lot of room for people to understand what car sharing is and how it fits into the city as well, so we think more time will continue to help with that approach. One operator is sufficient as well at this point in time based on the number of vehicles we have, and a contractual approach is a good value for money approach for the city. It's already something we have in place, so it's an easy way to continue with the momentum we have. And then finally, we did consider a permit approach, but in the short term, to establish a permit system takes quite a lot of time. So contractual arrangement is something we're able to, gives us better bang for buck now, rather than having to go through a multi-year process to get a permit process in place. In closing, the council officers are recommending that we continue with the car share scheme and its current arrangement for the foreseeable future. Thank you for your time.
Questions? Councillor Young.
Thanks, Lyndall. The notion of these specific car parks, designated car parks, is interesting. How many of those are there across the city, please?
Through the chair, so there's 20.
20. And how many dedicated car parking spaces do we provide for Uber vehicles? Do you know?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any dedicated spaces that we provide for them.
Too. Zero for Uber, which is a shared scheme effectively, and yet we promote this through the provision of 20 on-street spaces. I presume they're on-street?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. So I'm detecting some kind of imbalance here. I mean, I'm supportive of this, but I'm worried about the fact that there's nothing for Ubers anywhere in the city, and obviously that's a sharing mechanism, and adds to our overall objectives. And I don't think they can.
Through the chair. So Ubers can park in loading zones. You have to realise that Uber is different to car share. Uber is classified as a ride share. There is a distinct difference where a car share, you actually drive the vehicle yourself. Uber, you have a driver. So the driver can quickly drop someone off, pick someone up and depart. So their need for on-street parking is much lower than the car share.
True.
Yeah. So my question related to the last comment you made was that we continue for the foreseeable future. In the report, it does talk about 4 other providers. I'm just conscious of that competitive tension between different providers. What have we got? Some, obviously we're in open session, so help me understand how we've come to conclude that engaging with any of those other suppliers or providers of service is not part of the next stage.
So through the chair, so to get to the point we're at now with Flexicar as our preferred operator, we went through a public tender process. So that closed in late 2023. So the current arrangement we have in place is still consistent with the tender process and procurement process we went through. And we have the opportunity to continue with this arrangement if we were happy to from a council resolution perspective.
So the foreseeable future sounds like a long time. When do you think that public tender, the contract variable that relating to the length of the trial will come to an end?
Yeah, so through the chair, the current contractual arrangement ends towards the end of this year, is the current contract arrangement. There's options for us to extend if we wanted to, as a city with procurement permission, and if that was considered appropriate from a competitive tender side of things. So we would get advice from procurement about that. So the comment I made about for the foreseeable future as well relates a little bit more to the permit process as well. So a contractual arrangement, I'm suggesting a contractual arrangement is the most appropriate way forward for the foreseeable future. That doesn't mean this existing contract we have in place. It's a contractual process.
I misunderstood what you said.
And so longer term, a permit process might be more appropriate, but that's, that could be in 2 years' time, it could be in 5 years' time. It sort of depends on the growth, the demand, and how that looks.
Yeah, so what's not mentioned in the resolution is a time frame for us to reconsider what's happening and hear the reports, because I'm very conscious of us not getting captured by some sort of competitive, anti-competitive behaviour type situation. So is it feasible that we would get a further update on this in 12 months' time? Through the chair to whomever. It can be you, it can be anyone, I don't mind who's answering.
Yeah, through the chair. If there's interest for it to be 12 months, then happy to do that. That's fine. I guess it depends on if this is something you want to see in 12 months.
Look, I think it's important that we do put a time frame on the extension. I think it's important whether it's 1 or 2.
The reason I make that comment is just because if the growth depicted in this report continues at its current rate, we're going to come to a point relatively quickly where the market dynamic probably lends itself well to us expanding service providers, and I would not want to wait too long before. I'd much prefer that we initiated that process as opposed to the ACCC or whoever investigates. The Productivity Commission comes in and says, well, council shouldn't really be engaging with one provider over that. Let's be proactive about it and make sure that.
So would you think 12 months or 2 years would be appropriate for an extension at this stage?
I'd want to take some legal advice on that. I don't know the answer to that question. I think we as a council should review a further report on this within 12 months.
Yep.
And there should be some advice provided to us about where to from here, particularly if the growth rates continue to go in the direction they're going. Yep. I love anything that reduces traffic congestion. That's great. But
yeah, through the chair, happy to provide a report in 12 months' time. That's fine.
Councillor O'Neill, and then I'll come back to Councillor.
Thanks, Chair. My question's about the non-contracted rideshare companies. Because my division is close to an airport, we often get complaints about rideshare companies, not FlexiCar, but other rideshare companies being parked there. And they're usually not regulated parking areas. So, do we have any process or policy about that? Because I know that with rent-a-cars, if rent-a-car companies are leaving their cars in the street where their premises are, they can be fined for virtually running a business on the street. So I just want some guidance about what to say to the complainants when they talk about the rideshare companies that aren't contracted to council.
Yeah. I might need some more information on that to understand, because there's rideshare, there's car share, and then there's car rental companies as well. So I guess it depends where we sort of sit in that.
Talking about rideshare.
So Ubers and those, like as in...
No, I'm talking about one of the companies that you've actually named in this report.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but the other ones that aren't contracted.
The 4 other companies.
Yep. Okay.
Ride, Kinto, Drive, Mate, Turo.
Yeah.
Happy to take that offline and consult with you, and we can work out a strategy moving forward. Yep.
Councillor Gates.
Thank you. Through you, can you confirm for me this is a free service, please, that the city receives? We don't pay anything for this.
Through the chair, it's a zero value contract. We've provided small amounts of money towards marketing of the service, which is in our best interest as well to help
to promote the service.
But
thank you. I'm just itching to say something positive today.
It's a zero value contract.
And what would the cost of the parking bays for setting up of a review? There'd be a minimal cost for
minimal cost, basically relating to signage and a little bit of line marking. They weren't paid spaces. Through the chair, they were not metered spaces.
Any more questions? There is a change to the recommendation, so we've just added that a further report provide an update on this program be brought to Transport and Infrastructure Committee within 12 months. Comfortable with that? Councillor, I'm happy to second it. Sorry, Councillor Taylor. Anyone want to speak against it? Talk.
The city is, committed to trying to find ways to reduce traffic congestion, and one of the ways we can do that is these car share programs that can ensure there's both improved on-street parking, particularly around heavy industrial areas where there's, residential areas where there's lots of cars that might end up, parking on the street. These sort of programs can be really great to kind of reduce traffic congestions around those hotspots. I hope people continue to appreciate it in the areas that it's offered.
Anyone against? Put the motion to you. All in favour? Carry. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. 6.5, Active Transport Infrastructure Program Prioritisation Methodology. Nick Prasser. Do we have a presentation? Yep.
So the purpose of this report is to provide information about the methodology used to prioritise active transport infrastructure ideas. So a couple of council meetings ago, Councillor Martin raised a resolution seeking this report to come to the Transport Infrastructure Committee, giving some transparency on how we prioritise our active transport program. And that was supported by Council. And then back in March 2021, when we sought endorsement for the Active Transport Network Plan, we advised Council that we use that Active Transport Network Plan to help us prioritise our transport infrastructure. So active transport is a human-powered movement, so primarily walking and cycling. It is a fundamental part of everyday travel. So every journey starts and ends with an active transport trip. So we walk from where we park the car to where we're going. We walk to public transport. Sometimes you might actually hear the word first mile, last mile, or in Australia, first kilometre, last kilometre. It's that last bit of the journey which is primarily undertaken by an active transport trip. In modern times, it's now also encompassing micromobility devices, e-bikes, e-scooters, those sorts of things. And there are lots of benefits to active transport, obviously well-being, physical well-being as well as mental well-being. It does help reduce traffic congestion and emissions, and it is a low-cost form of transport. So our transport strategy does outline an objective to make active transport safe and attractive as an alternative to the car. And our aspiration is to increase active transport mode share from 9% in 2011 to 14% in 2031. And our active transport plan, which was endorsed by Council in 2017, outlines 6 priority focus areas. And one of those priority focus areas is investment prioritisation around key destinations, in particular high activity land uses and transit hubs. So the Active Transport Network Plan is really similar to our road hierarchy, where we've got principal, district and local routes, and that helps us guide our planning and guide our investment, and it's one of the criteria we use to prioritise. Just a little bit of a snapshot of our investment. Over the last 10 or so years, there's been a significant uplift in investment in active transport infrastructure. It's gone from about $4 million in 2013, which made up about 5% of the transport budget. It's now sitting at $48 million in 2025, which is about 15%. So a significant uplift over the years, which is fantastic. So the Active Transport Capital Expenditure Program is split into 11 sub-programs. And the reason why we've done that is that allows our investment to spread over a range of different initiatives, from major initiatives such as the Ocean Way, all the way through to localised works. Things around initiatives around schools, around walkable neighbourhoods. We've got, as the Ocean Way in there, we will soon be introducing trunk cycleways to the local government infrastructure plan, so our east-west bikeways, initiatives such as the Southport Rail Trail. So there's a whole range of sub-programs that make up the active transport program. So at present, we've got a pipeline of over 1,500 active transport, what we call candidate projects or proposals or ideas. And these have all been identified by network gap analysis, data insights, and mainly feedback from stakeholders, from CRs, from councillor requests, from residents, from bicycle user groups. We have collated these into a database. Now, obviously, with resourcing limitations, both human and capital resourcing, we have to prioritise how we invest, optimise our investment, making sure that we invest in our active transport that provides the maximum benefits to the community and uses public funds wisely. So we've come up with a multi-criteria assessment tool at a couple of Transport and Infrastructure Committee meetings ago. Councillor Tozer referred to it as the algorithm. So we've now got a new terminology in the office called the algorithm. And so we now call it the algorithm. So we use the algorithm to evaluate all the ideas that come in. Primarily they're based around paths. We get a lot of requests for paths. As you all would get lots of requests for new paths or upgraded paths. We then determine, what's its strategic value across the city, and then we prioritise it from a citywide perspective, but also a divisional perspective. And I'll take you through some of the criteria. The first criteria is its function. So this is where the Active Transport Network Plan comes into play. If it's on a principal route, obviously it scores the highest. If it's, and as we go down, if it's not on an active transport route, it scores a 0. So it's quite a logical process we've got there. The next criteria is about connectivity. So how does it, does it address a gap in the network, a missing link? If it addresses a missing link on an active transport route, obviously it scores higher than one that does not. So connectivity is also very high up on the list. Proximity. So what is the proximity of the idea in terms of where it's located to what we call high activity land use? So there's a range of things: activity centre, so a business centre, a shopping centre, school, beach or foreshore, major parkland, a sports facility. So as you can see there with the scoring, if it's in proximity to 2 or more halus, it scores higher than one that is nowhere close to a halu. The next criteria is service level. So how does the idea meet one of these level of service measures? So things such as its proximity to a public transport route. And that brings back into that first mile, last mile journey. Its security. What's its geographical location and how does it provide passive surveillance? Are we actually going to create a problem if we put this route in? Is there lighting? What's the built in natural environment? Is there a chance for entrapment for people? Is it open to the public? Is it closed? So those sorts of things we consider. And then obviously, can we fit in our desirable path widths for that particular type of route? So we try to aim for, at least a 2.5 metre path on our principal routes. Our local routes are 2 metres. So does it meet any of those particular levels of service? The last two relate to safety. The first one's more to do with perceived safety. So it's about what we call traffic stress. So if you're walking or cycling along a road, what level of stress does the user have? So obviously you're riding a bike on a busy road with no bike lanes, it's 80 kilometres per hour with lots of trucks. That's going to cause a lot of high stress to a cyclist. That may even prevent people from cycling, and we want to attract people to cycling. So it's all about that perceived risk and that traffic stress. So there's some criteria there about vehicle volumes and speed, the type of vehicles, the separation from traffic. Have we got a lot of driveways across there and road crossings? So we factor all those and give that a score. And the last one's pretty obvious. Is there a history of actual crashes there, in particular serious crashes concerning vulnerable road users, pedestrians and cyclists? So what we do is we put that through the algorithm, and outcome, we get a score out of 100. Okay. So then we rank them high, medium and low. As you can see there, anything greater than 75 is high, and medium is between 50 and 75, low is less than 50. So really, to score a high, you really have to tick these boxes. It's got to be located on a principal cycle route, fill a network gap, be in proximity to a high activity land use, address a safety issues such as high traffic stress environment or crash history. So that's really the criteria to get high priority. So what we've done, we've put the 1,534 candidate projects. It's probably more now since we've wrote this. They come in all the time, as you would know, through CRs. We've got 228 high priority projects, so about 15% of those have been ranked as high priority. So based on current funding levels, we deliver about 20 to 25 of these projects per year. So just to get through the high priority candidate projects will take us about 10 years. But we have uplifted investment, so it's gone from 4 million to 48 million. So we are getting through those. So local area consideration. So this is another attribute to the algorithm. So the MCA tool does provide a structured and transparent approach. So we do use the algorithm to be able to respond to CRs to provide a consistent approach to how we invest in our active transport initiatives. So, but we do also realise that across divisions, some local area aspects are best understood by yourselves. Us as officers, we look at things at a citywide level. We are not across the nuances of some local issues. So the algorithm does provide some flexibility. So things like synergies with other initiatives that you might be doing, some LAW projects, some open space community facilities, responsiveness to community advocacy and participation. You might have a community group that's highly, really, really active in your community, and you might see that as a really good thing, and you want to, you think something in your division is going to should be sequenced above something that we've done at the citywide level. Obviously, evolving land use patterns. There's new land uses that come in, and obviously other little strategic opportunities that happen in your areas. So, look, this does not enable reprioritisation that really materially alters the allocation in each division within the 4-year budget, but it does enable officers to work with each councillor to look at, are there high local benefits to, say, projects that might be ranked a little bit lower, and maybe look at retiming some of those high priority projects within your division. So there is that flexibility, but we're talking about high priority projects and sequencing, but we're also talking about no material changes in terms of investment. So it does provide that agility in the algorithm. So just to conclude, given we've got such an extensive pipeline of candidate projects that come in all the time, we've come up with this multi-criteria analysis tool, aka the algorithm, and we now employ that to prioritise and optimise our investment for active transport.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, at what point do the officers consider pedestrian numbers on there? Because it's not mentioned anywhere in the scoring guide that pedestrian counts are taken. And several years ago, there was a footpath upgrade proposed adjacent to a high school. So it probably met the criteria of a lot of what's in this report, but I've still never seen anyone on the current footpath, and it was recommended as $1 million upgrade to make it 2.5 metres wide to obviously comply with this. And I ended up, as the representative, suggesting the project be scrapped. So, because, you know, we have so many other things we could spend $1 million on. So I'm wondering, sometimes as councillors we may be guilty of putting forward a request because it's been received from a member of the community. It may not be warranted, but I know I've been guilty of asking the officers for their recommendation so that then I can go back and give an explanation of why it might not be considered a good idea. So at what point, if a councillor puts forward a request, is there an investigation as to whether all this other scoring and weighting is even necessary by doing pedestrian counts?
Yeah, through the chair. So we do a lot of pedestrian counts, but sometimes we get requests for new footpaths, and it's very hard to do a pedestrian count when you actually don't have any infrastructure there in the first place.
Well,
so there's what we call latent demand.
You see, I disagree with that because I have delivered footpaths where the grass is worn. So pedestrian counts could have been undertaken because I've delivered a footpath where you can clearly see it's a path taken by students every day. So I think that's not relevant to say you can't do pedestrian counts because they can be taken to see if there's any purpose in even delivering a footpath.
Yep. So through the chair, I totally agree. There is a thing when we go and investigate these called desire lines, and you can go out and have a look, and you can see where the path's been worn in the grass. But taking counts on those actual locations can sometimes be a little bit misleading because we also need to factor in some of these other attributes to look at what we call latent demand. So if we build it, will they come? So that's why we look at things like proximity to schools and shops and things like that. But we do a lot of pedestrian counts across the city, both proactive and reactive. CA comes in, we do get a count, but every year around August and September we do a lot of pedestrian counts across the city, same time every year. So we have a snapshot and it helps with our data insights and investment planning as well.
So is there any sort of survey taken at any point about the potential use of a path before it goes through all of your new algorithm? Is there anything part of the algorithm that suggests that we should be sure of usage before you embark on this? And I'm recognising that it's often our fault that we put something forward on the basis of a request that might have been received, but with no justification for the construction.
Yeah, through the chair. So that is taken in criteria through levels of service and what the what the demand and what the latent demand would be. But a lot of that latent demand is also picked up in some of the other criteria as well, such as its function and connectivity and things like that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we've got Tozer, Martin, Young, and Curtis. So Councillor Tozer first.
So first, thanks, Nick. The algorithm is important, and you and I have talked about this so many times to try to, balance the priorities of what is a pretty aggressive program. I think you said $44 million or something along those lines.
Yep.
It's a lot of money, and I appreciate there's that competitive tension there. You've got to balance 14 different councillors' views. A couple of things I'm concerned about with the algorithm. I had the pleasure yesterday of going to visit Councillor Martin in his office in Palm Beach. We talked about some pathway programs there and pathway issues there, and it occurs to me that any number of routes between a HALU, high activity land use, in Palm Beach will always beat a pathway from connecting a currently entirely unpathed acreage area to the network that is closest to Mudgeeraba. I'm using personal examples, and yet that one pathway that connects a totally unpathed pathway, like a totally unpathed roads, might end up having a higher benefit than the fourth route in a highly dense area like Palm Beach between a school and a playground or something like that. And I'm conscious that in this algorithm, that variable is not is not there. There isn't a mechanism in the variable to escalate, a connection that might not seem like it's got the highest pedestrian counts, but it actually is the only way to get people out of their cars and onto the path. And my feedback, I suppose, is where do you see that sort of circumstance? Is that last bit, the last slide you had, where we've got to kind of negotiate divisional councillors' local knowledge, or what category of the algorithm?
So you're talking urban, rural?
So I'm talking about the connection, but at the moment there's no continual pathway connection between Benogan Valley and Mudgeeraba, and it continually gets knocked back through this algorithm. And I get why. If you apply this algorithm, there's a dozen pathways in Palm Beach that will always beat it from a prioritisation point of view. But those pedestrians have also got, 6 to 8 different routes of pathways they could possibly take from one thing to another, even though that dense population still meets the criteria. And so my question is there a way around, or do you envisage a way around where more sparsely populated areas can get one pathway that is relatively high cost, after a certain period of time? I suppose, is there a mechanism by over a certain period of time we can allocate one for that sort of purpose? I don't want to have one every year, but I can't see how this algorithm is going to ever help me connect an isolated community.
Through the chair, pretty much that's right. It's been created to maximise benefits to the community and to optimise our investment. So obviously, locations which have an urban environment and close to some of those high activity land uses, obviously will have much higher land use and hence maximise our investment than a rural road, which might not get used or might get limited use, is not connecting to any particular land use. So the reason why we've done the whole algorithm is to maximise our investment, to optimise where we spend our money. We've got a limited resource. We've got lots of candidate projects, and
it's effectively what I'd say happened 10 years ago is there was probably a nominal piece around divisional equity. It was never written down anywhere, but it was probably, I remember being a councillor 10 years ago, and there was, each division kind of got a certain allocation in the roads and rehab piece, and there was probably a bit of competitive tension between divisions, and it wasn't ever agreed, it wasn't ever formalised. But this algorithm really effectively means there's very little capacity for any pathway like that to be delivered except through local area works, and the local area works allocation doesn't allow it to be. They're too big to be able to be done. There's no way around it. This is the algorithm now. Well, I said I asked for what it was that he was using. It existed before I asked for it, let me tell you. The last 3 years I've seen a significant change in the way that the transport team have interpreted some of the challenges, and even things that I thought might be delivered haven't been. So, yeah. So part 2 is there a review process? So you've sent me the Division 9 list. I haven't seen the whole of City list. You've sent me the Division 9 list, and there's a few projects on there. Is there a process that we can go through that can help review or assess or provide feedback to officers about those weightings or the category that has been given to those weightings? Or is that only an RPEQ that can make those assessments?
Mike? Through the chair, in terms of the frameworks there, I guess it's hopefully evidence-based and driven on, factual evidence. But like any program of work or any project, if you've got a concern around the assumptions or the prioritisation, or that's a conversation, absolutely. But I guess where Nick's going is that this investment framework, the algorithm, is really about, from a needs, demand and benefits, we're absolutely ensuring that with the limited investment we have, it's going to the highest benefit, highest purpose outcome. We need to get that right, and obviously the framework, the projects that come out can be shared, we can discuss, and obviously it's about ensuring that our understanding and data is correct and consistent, not about changing the framework or the algorithm. I think the second part, when you get into discretionary and you step away from asset management principles and investment, maximisation of benefits for every dollar spent, and step more into a local area works, that's probably a separate discussion. So I think it's important for us to have a very clear, consistent framework on investment prioritisation through these frameworks, and we do it for all programs, right? This is one example. The discretionary element driven by local area needs, the political elements, how you drive at a local area is really LAW, because it's not driven by a hierarchy. The conversation around LAW and whether it's fit for purpose is probably another separate discussion. But this framework's very much about, I guess, an asset management outcome-driven lens.
Yeah, okay. I hear what you're saying. I just feel as though this algorithm is ultimately going to mean that any councillor who has a more sparsely populated area won't ever be able to connect those communities to the network. It's effectively shutting out the capacity for a councillor to argue for a connection, not a third or fourth connection, but any connection, because the algorithm doesn't regard that as critically important. And that troubles me, because I don't want 10 pathways in Benogan. I just want one that connects it. And yeah, it's really a local area. It's a divisional issue, so I'll take it offline. But I'm concerned that this algorithm lacks regard for those projects that might cyclically make sense for a councillor who's in Nerang, or a councillor who's in Western Currumbin Valley, or in Benogan, or in the north of the city, where population growth is starting to grow, but there's still lots of rural areas. And I also don't want to. I'm not advocating today for pathways to be delivered next to farms either. I don't want one in Numbaba Valley. But the idea that a population of about 2,000 people in Benogan Valley can't ever expect over the next 10 years to get a pathway to connect to the Mudgeeraba area, which is their closest centre, that's troubling to me. The algorithm doesn't support it, and it means that advocacy that we've previously undertaken to try to deliver that is basically fruitless.
I think we'll take that on board, Michael, and how we can manage those type of projects. Because I suppose the concern is, as you've mentioned, there's going to be projects that will be at some point should be considered, but the current process may never allow it to get into that system. So I think we'll take that on board and discuss that further. Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Quick question, crash history with that don't involve vehicles. I mean, how do we record that? I imagine a lot goes unreported. Where do you get that from?
Yeah, through the chair. So we use the Queensland Government's crash database. That's the formal, official record. But we, as we know, there are many unrecorded crashes that occur. We're not privy to that. We have to go with the official crash records, which is reported by the police and then properly recorded. We do know. So even vehicle-to-vehicle crashes or vehicle property damage crashes, a lot of them go unrecorded.
So is there a way for them to report that without the police? Do they report it on the city app? How do you want that?
You could probably self-report, but I'm telling you, if I back into someone, I don't know if someone would really volunteer to go to the police to, report a minor crash. But I'm sure you could self-report it. But I think the process is police attend. Obviously, there's quite a bit of damage. It's quite a serious crash. There's someone injured or lots of property damage or fatality. That's the official crash records that we have to use. We've got nothing else to go on.
Okay, thank you. So big picture, we've obviously got 10 years of pathway projects if we get no more, and we'll get more. And you mentioned 48 million. I guess my question is, could, if we wanted to halve that time, double that investment in our upcoming budget, do we have an aggressive enough program of active transport projects, especially noting what Councillor Tozer said? I totally agree around some sort of divisional equity, even though we're prioritising based on need. But I think if we had a larger program, and I won't speak for every councillor, but I think this is one of the top priorities we all have. And I wonder if our capital investment is where it needs to be. Would love to get your thoughts.
Through the chair, obviously being a transport planner, you'd like to uplift investment, but you can't just throw money at something. You have to look at how you deliver things as well. And you saw the agenda item 4 about P3M and being able to deliver projects. So you need not only the capital resource, but the human resource to be able to deliver things as well.
Mitch has said that we can't build all things that are currently staged that we want to build.
So I agree with that, but it looks like to me that we've already got 288 high priority projects that are already slated. So I guess, so that's what I'm seeking. Is it that even if we threw more money out, there's a limiting factor? We don't have the capacity to deliver more. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, I think it's more about we've got other priorities which we need to consider the whole capital portfolio investment as one. So uplifting investment here, what's the impact? Where do we source the funding from? We know we've got pressures in terms of some of our renewal investments. We've got an ageing asset base. We've got strong growth. So the ability to change the level of funding across programs always exists, but it comes at a cost of reduction elsewhere. So I think when we present a budget holistically and you look at the investment proposals for each program and each asset class and sub-asset class, you get that view of the holistic 4-year and 10-year. That is the time, I guess, to have a conversation around the implications and impacts of effectively changing a service level or increasing investment. Because if we uplift in that program, there'll be another transport program that will either need to be reduced or we're looking at potential increase in rates. So to maintain the same service standard. So that's the bigger picture conversation. And also about our condition. And if we look at our transportation network and we look at, where we are in terms of our maturity around our active transport network, where we are in terms of condition of our transport infrastructure holistically, I would say the investment that's gone into the city's transportation network, active transport network, has been, compared to other local governments, quite significant. And there's been a significant uplift that I can see in, the last 5 years into that as well. So I don't believe the city's underservicing its investment in active transport infrastructure, and there's certainly some benchmarking that we could do if you wish to see where we sit as a city with our population and extended network. But yeah, it's that trade-off across different asset classes and risk if we start to shift funding.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to go back to Councillor Tozer's concerns, which I share. I mean, I've got a variety of different development styles throughout my division. I've got some urban stuff like Central Business District of Nerang, and that gets some certain pathways and eligibility for funding. I've got some rural areas that get nothing, and I've got some peri-urban areas where there are demands for facilities for pedestrians, and there's no capacity to deliver them. And the key issue from my point of view is not that the city won't fund it, but I can't afford it to fund it because the standards are so high. We have a universal standard that requires now like a 2-metre wide footpath that's this deep in concrete, and it's got to be all this and have that, and it's just prohibitively expensive. Whereas in the past, and I remember I delivered a really long footpath on Cops Road in what's now Division 2, and it was probably 600 mils wide. It wouldn't meet standards today, but everybody uses it. I've seen it being used consistently for 20 years, and it's fantastic. And that's a real aggravation to me and the communities that I represent, and I'm sure to Councillor Tozer as well. And I wonder what capacity we've got to address those standards to try to identify a lesser standard for peri-urban or rural areas so that it makes it achievable to deliver a quality product that's still meeting and that meets a need and is affordable. That may be a question to the EGM. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, through the chair, shifting into engineering standards and I guess fit for purpose engineering specifications. Yeah, happy to have a conversation or present. What are the drivers for our standards for footpaths in those rural areas where there's low traffic, and based on an investment driver, a standard engineering solution will be too costly and too prohibitive. Is there a we talk about extended design domain and non-standard solutions that could still be, I guess, safe, viable and add value and be constructed at a reduced cost. So that's a conversation I'm happy to have, happy to bring a report back, have our chief engineer on board and maybe talk about specification drivers if that satisfied that.
Thanks, EGM. And to be completely transparent, I have approached you about that. I've had discussion after discussion with your various engineers, bureaucrats, whatever, and I just get told the same thing. It's got to be this one standard, and that means it's like $2 million to provide a footpath on a peri-urban road of about 1 kilometre or 2 of length, to enable people to safely get off the road and walk from A to B. And they don't have the same destinations. It's not like Palm Beach or Burleigh or something like that. I admit and accept all of that, but there's still a need. So we've had those discussions, and I am a little bit uncomfortable with where it sits at the moment, and I'll probably flag to you, Chairman, that as general business I might raise a motion that we invite a report about reviewing those standards that might apply to peri-urban. I'm happy to accommodate whatever words the EGM thinks appropriate. Thanks, Chair.
Curtis, Councillor O'Neill and then Gates.
It's a really simple question, thanks, Chair. It's just to do with the proximity scoring guide, and when it refers to a halo within 20-minute trip, is that walking speed? Is what kind of trip?
So normally 20 minutes for cycling.
Cycling.
For cycling.
Okay.
And walking, so 400 metres is about 5 minutes, and 800 metres is about 10 minutes. So for cycling it is the 20 minutes, and for walking it's the 10 minutes.
And how far do we presume a cyclist can get in 20 minutes?
I think it's around 5 kilometres, maybe a bit less, depending on the cyclist.
Clear as mud. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. Just in the appetite for risk, and I'm talking liability risk with ageing assets, how does that fit into the algorithm? Does it, is it given top priority, medium priority? Because, as you know, there's a lot of people who fall over on current footpaths that are uneven or something, and the first thing they want to do is sue the city. So I'm just wondering, and I'm not complaining because I know that there's some of my ageing assets are in the process of being becoming a viable project, which is great. But I'm just thinking how they fit in, because it's not actually in this table. Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair. So that's a separate investment program. That's part of our sustainable transport renewal program. So this algorithm is all about new and upgrade. But there's a separate, asset management space. There's a separate program for renewal of footpaths.
So it's not in competition. Great.
And I just add to that, renewal of existing assets and ensuring they meet a standard is a high priority. And I think, as Mark mentioned, when we go through our budget process, renewals are prioritised. So they're an important core investment area, which again we need to prioritise that investment, but it certainly is not impacted or competing with these growth and new projects.
Councillor Gates and then Fowler.
Thank you. I seem to be of a different view than most today for most of the stuff we're discussing, but with regard, long represented both highly urbanised communities and rural communities, and it's been easy to explain that urban facilities are not available within the rural communities. It's a different rating category. I'm wondering how far Bonogan is from Mudgeeraba. I'm thinking 5 or 6 kilometres. I'm not aware of what the sides of the road are like where you're suggesting there might be a path, but I have been loath to be supportive of providing that type of upgrade where there is no curb and channel. I don't quite know how that works with a footpath if there's no curb and channel, and on most of our rural and even some of our rural residential roads there's not curb and channel the whole way. Okay. Okay, so
I would never propose a pathway that didn't have curb and channel.
Okay, so, well, I'm not familiar with the area, as I said, but do we have an estimate per kilometre of the cost of delivery for a footpath? Do we know what they cost per kilometre to deliver? Because
through the chair, I don't have it with me, but we do have it. We use it to calculate our phase 1 sort of work we do, as well as our LGIP work. So I can provide that. We have our linear metre rate, but obviously it would be different for different,
depending on the circumstances.
Whether it's an urban or rural, depending on the amount of driveways are involved, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I have because I still represent areas that there are not footpath connections to primary schools, and for an example at Willowvale along Hotham Creek Road, but I would be loath to want that to occur because of the use of the road as it is anyway. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. I just would like to know the cost of per kilometre. It's not too often we deliver a kilometre path anyway, but it would be interesting to know.
Sure.
Yeah, through the chair, it's probably related to the engineering specification conversation. So if we do generate a separate report where we look at the different, the road hierarchies, the different pathways and costings, it's probably a useful value for money conversation in that report we could combine.
I think it's really important, given that there is a difference in the rating categories, because there's an absolute difference in living in an urban community or living in a rural community, and you make that choice knowing the type of infrastructure that can be delivered from the rate space.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I just wanted to talk about the prioritisation of some of our high priority projects. In Division 2, we have some very high rating priority projects that are in the system. If we do secure state government funding for 50% of those projects, does that increase the prioritisation of those projects and bring them forward?
Through the chair, that's a difficult question to answer because obviously you've got to have the project to be high priority in the first place. Then you actually have to, you don't know if you're actually going to get the funding or not. You have to apply for it. When it comes into the 4-year program and it progresses through to years 2 and 3, we apply for state funding. So it's already those projects are already in the pipeline. Do you know what I mean? They're already in the 4-year program, and then they only open up the window to apply for these grants once a year. So we've applied for a grant for 26-27. So it's already got to be a high priority project to get at the front of the pipeline in the first place, if you know what I mean. So because it's got grant funding, it's really not going to fast track it, I suppose.
Through the chair, I think I agree with Nick's view. I'd probably just add that obviously the ability to secure that external funding enables us to get additional high priorities delivered within the same annual program. So But yeah, I wouldn't, at the moment where prioritisation is not being precluded by whether there's grant funding or not. Obviously, that's about we're doing the right projects in the right order, but if we can secure grant funding and it's a high priority program already, it could, potentially enable more projects to be delivered with the same annual budget, which is a great outcome. So in that sense, from a time perspective, it could be a bring forward, but it wouldn't leapfrog from a ranking perspective.
Thank you, Chair. And just one additional question, if I may. I actually really love the prioritisation model, and I loved the active travel mapping that was provided to us divisionally. Is that now a live tool? Is that a dashboard that's live that we could log in at any one time and see updates?
Through the Chair, that's our plan. Not ready yet. As I said, we've been working on this for quite a while, and so this was sort of one of the last steps we needed to do to get council endorsement. And then the idea is, we've had one-on-one briefings with all the councillors, and then it's looking at making it into a corporate sort of system.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Well, I look forward to that, Nick. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? Is anyone happy to move the change?
So the recommendation, which is on page 104, I was hoping to move the first one remains unchanged. The second one, just replace the word endorse with notes, which is not intended to stop us doing what we're doing. I actually think we should continue doing what we're doing. I'm not willing to, I can't support an endorsement, but I'm happy to note it. And then 3, that the project lists be distributed to councillors on an annual basis in April. The reason if that's my motion, do you want me to explain the motion? Is that okay? Yep. So the reason I've asked for the project list to be distributed to councillors annually in April is I think that it helps us as we're thinking about the budget. There's already a 4-year capital works project, but it helps us really have some context around going into the budget conversation about which are the highest priority projects in the city at a given time, and it allows us to go through a process once that budget's adopted to kind of start that potential review process or to try to, advocate for certain pathway projects. I appreciate that there's also going to be some sort of public, I think you talked about an active travel map or something. Councillor Fowler, is that what you said?
Through you, Chair. I don't know if it's public, but for us as councillors, it's an active travel mapping tool.
Like a tool, yeah. So I think that'll be helpful, but I think the project list being distributed at least annually so we can see the priorities that are being assigned to certain projects. And I think sometimes we are able to influence those where we see development occurring or when we see development applications. So quite often the transport planners, when they're delivering pathways, look at the on-ground situation at a point in time, and they don't always always able to have regard for, let's say, a 200-lot subdivision or a townhouse development that might have happened nearby, and that local knowledge and some of the timeframes around that can help the transport planners perhaps reprioritise certain things at different times with a bit of advance notice. Yeah, that's the motion. I don't have a seconder, but...
Have a second. Councillor?
Yeah,
no?
Which the movement might accept in his original motion, and I just think that I'm just go in as a number 4 and have to accept that it's changed the wording if the EGM thinks it's appropriate. Number 4 would be that a report be brought forward addressing the opportunity to deliver affordable and suitable active transport options in peri-urban areas.
I'm very happy to change my motion to include that without an amendment if you're okay with. If the chair is happy to accept that, I'm happy to adjust my motion.
Can I just ask a question once we're finished in relation to annually in April? Obviously, we're April now.
Yes.
Are you expecting...
The list exists. It can be forwarded to councillors at the adoption of the...
So my question is... Yep.
I mean, I've already got Division 9, but it'd be interesting to see the whole city.
Can I just speak to that? I accept Councillor Gates' concerns about non-urban areas and not having urban kind of facilities entirely, but the reality is I've got areas that were originally designated as peri-urban or semi-urban, semi-rural, depending on what the state, what the developers wanted to call it. And those areas were isolated, but now over a period of time, there's been other developments that have occurred near them. They've got quite significant urban developments immediately adjacent to them, and those areas now include facilities and services for those urban areas. And yet they've got there's no capacity to provide public transport, to provide facilities for pedestrians or active travel, and it's a real detriment because people are forced to walk on the road. There's a lot of traffic now because of that linkage to more urban areas, and I'm talking about places like Gaven, which is just north of Nerang. Some areas just completely all built with curb and channel at the time, and now they accommodate childcare centres and all sorts of other shops and services for the more residential areas like Pacific Pines immediately adjacent, and there's just no capacity to provide anything because the distances are great and it doesn't meet the algorithm demands that have been established, and I support those demands and that algorithm and the utilisation of it, but I think there just needs to be an opportunity for us to, with the knowledge that we have as local councillors and the knowledge we have of what our circumstances are in our communities, for us to be able to afford to deliver something that's going to meet a certain standard, provide a definite safety improvement, and it's not cutting into that algorithm and the basis of it and its scoring. So it's not a universal thing for rural areas, and that's why I deliberately include the word, or Councillor Toast has included the words peri-urban in his motion. Thanks, Chair.
Speaking against, Councillor Gates.
Well, I have some queries about this, given if there's been a significant change, can Councillor Young tell me the areas he's referring to, are they still categorised as rural properties and rated accordingly?
They are residential. They're not rural.
Rural residential, which is a different rating category.
Yes.
So for us to contemplate a change of this significance, given all of the peri-rural locations right across the city, would be an incredible impact on our rates base, in my estimation, because having represented 1/3 of the geographical area of the city for my first 12 years of representation, there's many disparate villages right throughout northern Gold Coast that, you know, it'd be nice to have them connected, but it's simply unaffordable. And so I quite frankly can't see that we could do this without a total review of how we rate properties, because if there's an expectation to deliver urban style improvements in rural and rural residential areas where the allotments are so much larger, and so you're not getting your bang for your buck from pedestrians utilising active travel means, I think you can't consider one without the other. So I suggest be careful what we wish for here, because it would need to be paid for, and I simply don't see, what are we spending, $400 million a year on our transport network as it is right now at this point in time. And I spoke earlier today about my $1 million footpath that went for a couple of blocks to deliver students to and from Reserve Road to Brygon Creek Road. It's a spit, and it was $1 million. So it blows my mind to think of what would be required in terms of dollars. And my view is we just can't keep doing everything across the city without affecting the ratepayers in a really difficult way.
And I don't disagree, but if I might clarify, that's why the report that I'm seeking would establish a different standard, you might say, because what I'm getting quoted now for is 2 metre wide footpath. That's the minimum, and it's got to have all of these curb and channel things and all of these driveway doodahs, and it becomes prohibitively expensive. Whereas if it's a lesser standard in certain circumstances, then it is affordable. I'm not drawing upon the city budget, but it's something that I can actually deliver to those people who've been paying rates for 30 years and got nothing, seemingly.
Anyone want to speak for the motion?
The purpose of this motion is to do a few things, and the first is to note that the report was asked for and it was delivered. And Nick, I really appreciate it. You know, it's been, we've always had robust conversations, and this report really captures what you're calling the algorithm. I think some of the officers might call it Councillor Tozer's algorithm. I'm calling it Nick's algorithm. Let me be very clear. But it's actually really helpful, and the weightings, like the way the different elements are weighted, I think that really helps us work out what elements, and by seeing it spelled out so specifically, it really showed how some of the conflict that I've had with some transport officers advocating for certain things have eventuated, and I can start to really comprehend that. I can also communicate better with my residents when I'm giving them bad news, that they're not going to be able to get something that they really want. The second thing talks about the multi-criteria assessment methodology, which we've talked about, and that, like I said, it's helpful. I just can't endorse it, and that's why I've changed that to notes. I don't want you to change the way you're doing things. In fact, I see its value across the broader city. I think there is value in having a methodology that is clear. I just can't personally endorse it because the people I represent, it doesn't represent their interests. It represents the whole of city interest, which is my obligation, so I think we should continue using it, but I can't endorse it myself. The third is that the project list be distributed to councillors, and I think there's a general interest amongst councillors about where we are prioritising pathways or otherwise. And by distributing that list once a year, particularly just in advance of budget, councillors will be able to see that good work that you've been doing prioritising important projects and be able to provide some influence after that budget process, or even potentially during that budget process, to make sure that we're doing our jobs advocating for the interests of the constituents who elect us. That's super important. The last, I think, was a very welcome addition from Councillor Young, and I think Councillor Young's element here, number 4, captures what I think I'm hoping to deliver, and I think actually aligns with what Councillor Gates is saying. There are certain environments in the city that shouldn't have urban treatments. But at the moment, there is only one single standard for pathways, and that's too much for connecting the peri-urban area to the urban area. And I think that connection remains important. And in my personal circumstance, that the road, Benogan Road, is neither, it doesn't have curb and channel, and it's not appropriate for a pathway. Not at all. But it's had a number of fatalities. It's had a number of crashes. And what I'm proposing in my division is a pathway down the parallel curb and channeled road known as Glenmore Road, which is next to, it's less trafficked. It's a really perfect connection, but it doesn't meet any of these criteria because it hasn't had crashes on it. But the parallel road for 2 kilometres has had those crashes. And my job is to try to get people off that road and onto the parallel alternative with curb and channel. The reason why I think it's important to include Councillor Young's piece is because coming up with a lower cost solution that isn't an urban standard in those peri-urban areas is actually a valuable exercise for us. And my gut feeling is some of those projects could potentially be funded by local area works over multiple years, which would reduce the burden that we're proposing kind of to, at least to some extent, to put on the whole of the city. Did you say there was a question?
Yeah, Councillor Gates, quick question.
Before you close debate completely,
yep.
I couldn't ask this question. Thank you, Chairman, for accepting my question now. In point 3 here, it says that the project list be distributed to councillors annually in April. Could that list please identify whole of city paths and divisionally funded? I don't know what was intended by...
Section 5.7. It's called the Active Transport Investment Prioritisation, and it says there's 1,534 candidate projects in the city's active transport infrastructure investment pipeline.
So are they?
That's the
some of
project
those are divisionally funded. Is my?
No, none
They're
of them
not.
Are. None of them are. They're the only ones the city. It's the
Okay.
CRs we've sent.
So this is my problem, because clearly the project list is projects that can be delivered in the 4 and 10 year program, or this is just a list of every proposed
candidate projects.
There's 1,500 projects and only 12 of them
I
can
get
be delivered.
that. So so
20
so
to
the
25, sorry.
project list, you want a project list of every path in the city that's been suggested to the officers. Is that what you're asking for?
I got a Division 9 list, and I found it helpful to see how the team had prioritised all of the Division 9 projects. And I think it'd be interesting to see how we prioritise them, how the ones that are at the highest list, on the list. I'm interested. I don't need to see the algorithm, but I wouldn't mind seeing the list. I think it's helpful.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not any extra work. They've already got it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just interested in divisionally funded paths which are recommended on occasions to us because they're valuable in the active transport network, and I'm trying to rationalise in my head how those are considered separately from this process. Like, and are some of the paths that are being, well, I know in Division 3 there's paths that are being delivered because of the active transport network, but I'm paying through local area works for them because it's not possible to deliver them as part of your budget. So I'm a bit confused about...
Can I just get clarification? Sorry, Councillor Gates. The last one is bringing a report forward addressing the opportunities to deliver affordable, sustainable active travel options. So all we're asking for is a report.
That's in peri-urban locations. We're talking in 3 about all the paths that form part of your recommendation for active travel.
So the question is, do you have that report available to provide to councillors? That was my first question about being able.
The list.
Yep.
Yes. So we recently provided to Councillor Tozer, and we actually split it. Each candidate project, we actually had a citywide rank and a division rank. Yep. I think we provided one to Councillor Martin as well.
Yep.
Recently, and I'm assuming you found that helpful.
It's super helpful. That's why I think every councillor should get a copy of it. I think it's important information that people should have.
Yeah,
I agree, but I just needed to understand what it was you're asking for in the project list, whether it included divisionally funded projects or not. And I'm quite of the understanding now it doesn't include currently funded divisional projects that have not yet been built, but have been for which divisional funding's been allocated. I wanted to know if they form part of the project list.
So, Nick, can it be provided with?
It doesn't need to, Chairman. I just needed to know if that was included in this list of 1,500 footpaths.
Through the chair, I can answer that one. So we get a request in from the community. Okay, through your division office, directly from a customer. We go and investigate, we put it through the algorithm, and we say, okay, this is a low priority candidate project. It still stays in the pipeline, and we respond back to the division office and says, look, this is a low priority, but you may wish to consider investing local area works. If you find that is a project that you adhere to and you want to invest in that, spend local area works, and that's how a local area works active transport project gets generated, and it goes to our local area works teams to plan up and deliver. So the local area works ones are considered, but they're normally lower priority from a citywide perspective.
Okay.
And
then do you remove them from this list as soon as they've been allocated divisional funds?
So as soon as they get allocated, as soon as they get in the program, normally it's a year-by-year thing. Yeah, they'll get removed from the pipeline.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt your close.
Thank you. Finalise.
Do you want me to finish up?
Finish the debate, yep.
Yeah. So, obviously lost my train of thought a little bit. The project list that I received, I I think 6 of the top 10 prioritised projects in Division 9 were on state roads. And for me, that was an example of I really only want to go ahead with those pathways if the state's willing to contribute. And they may not be. They may be able to contribute. They may not be. But to me, that was a really, I would prefer that council funds were allocated to projects that were entirely on council roads, helping traffic congestion around schools and things like that. So that's my view. Look, I think this recommendation actually, the extra questions from Councillor Gates has probably clarified some points. I hope that I can obtain a support for it now that she's got those points clarified, because I think she loves information being provided to her. She loves affordable and suitable active transport options. She loves multi-criteria assessments, and she loves to note reports. So hopefully I'll get Councillor Gates over the line and we'll be right.
So we have a change of recommendation. We'll put the vote for the change to the floor. All in favour? Carry, so it becomes a motion.
Come on! Got the deputy mayor!
So that becomes a motion now. Is that's change of recommendation? That's finalised? Okay. Now we've got 6.6. I'm going to just see if we can have a 5-minute break before we go to 6.6. So 5-minute break, adjourn, streaming off. Welcome back, everyone. Now we're up to item 6.6, the supplementary item, Gold Coast Light Rail 4 polling. We have the manager of external stakeholder engagement, Carly, here, so you might be able to introduce our speaker, Leanne.
Through the chair, I'd just like to welcome Rod Netterfield, our Chief Customer Officer, Carly Freeman, our newly appointed Manager of External Stakeholder Engagement, and Leanne White, Managing Director at Insightfully. We're here today to present on the community research for Light Rail Stage 4. We've completed this work ahead of early project works that are underway for the city, and to get a representation of the key findings on the community sentiment. Just to be clear, this is not a project update on Light Rail 4, we're just talking community research today. I'll hand over to the team.
Thank you, Jodie, and good afternoon, councillors, and thank you so much for having us available this afternoon to present this research piece to you. As you're aware, the Queensland State Government has committed to assessing the public transport connectivity options for the Southern Gold Coast by conducting a review with community input. To align with this review, the City engaged an independent research agency in December 2024 to carry out community representative research on the Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 4. It is different to our usual opt-in open surveying that you would be familiar with through our GC Have Your Say platform. Community representative research has been beneficial in this circumstance because it's representative of the broader Gold Coast community. Respondents were selected to match the city's demographic profile by age, gender and location based on data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics. It enables the inclusion of residents who are often the unheard voices in voluntary opt-in surveys. This research not only focused on obtaining a representative sample from the broader Gold Coast, it also included subset representation from a targeted group of residents living in suburbs along the proposed Stage 4 corridor. These residents were selected to ensure their views were well represented in the survey findings, overall supporting accurate and meaningful results. For a deeper dive into the methodology, the science behind community representative research, and the all-important insights from the Gold Coast community, I'd like to introduce you to Leanne White, Founder and Managing Director of Insightfully Proprietary Limited.
Through you, Chair. Yes, hello. Should I begin? Yes, hello. Thank you, everybody. Nice to see you here today. Yes, my name's Leanne White. I'm Managing Director of Insightfully, and Insightfully is an independent market research agency. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for having me present to you here today. Just recap a little bit. Thank you very much, Carly, on the introductions on the methodology. And also, I know that we were going to say as well, very happy to take questions from you as I go through the presentation this afternoon. So as I go through, you'll note that there are some slides and charts. I'm very keen for you to make sure that you understand what we're seeing on the slides and charts. So if there's any questions about specific bars and what they mean, please don't hesitate to ask. I will start off, though, by just recapping on the methodology that we used here. So the Gold Coast City commissioned Insightfully to conduct a piece of community research, which ran from the 6th to the 17th of December last year. It was a 12-minute survey to measure community opinions of a representative sample of the Gold Coast population 18 plus. We surveyed 1,001 Gold Coast residents over 18 via what we refer to as a hybrid online CATI survey methodology. So a mix of online surveys and live telephone interview surveys. That's the CATI element, computer-assisted telephone interviewing. So real people in call centres. We use that data collection method to target residents using a stratified sampling strategy. That method ensures respondents are representative of the Gold Coast population by age, gender and location based on ABS statistics, as Carly mentioned just now, and it includes representation from groups who typically do not participate in opt-in surveys, such as people like older males, people who rent, and younger residents. That total sample of 1,001 survey respondents citywide included what we refer to as a subsample boost of people in the southern suburbs near the proposed Stage 4 light rail route of 401 people on that particular route. So while people in those 7 southern suburbs, which our survey refers to as the key suburbs, and I'll take you through exactly what suburbs those are in a minute, while the population it makes up only about 9 to 10% of the whole of the Gold Coast population, while those people in those suburbs make up about 9 to 10% of the population, they represented 40% of the survey respondents in our survey. Post data collection, we do downweight or upweight any overall unrepresented segments. So the total responses that you will see when I present them to you in a moment accurately represent the whole of the population, but we do include a boosted subsample of people in those key suburbs to make sure that we've got enough of them so that their views are representative and statistically robust. The data, as I said, are weighted to ensure representativeness of the whole population to within a maximum margin of error of plus or minus 3.1%, and the 401 person subsample from the key suburbs has a maximum margin of error of plus or minus 4.9%. So that's how we conducted our survey. I think I'll jump into the stats now. As I walked you through a moment ago, there were 1,001 surveys. I won't go through this table line by line, but suffice to say that this table shows you the surveys where we had that key subsample boost: Burleigh Heads, Palm Beach, Elanora, Currumbin, Tugun, Coolangatta and Balinga in the southern end of the Gold Coast, which will be more affected by the light rail Stage 4 route. Then we have a subsample of people in what we've referred to here as the rest of the Gold Coast light rail corridor. So that includes the currently constructed and under construction sections. So all the way from Helensvale down through Parkwood, Southport, Burleigh, Main Beach, etc., all the way down to Burleigh. Sorry. So that's the existing constructed and under construction corridor. The key suburbs are the light rail 4 corridor, and the rest of the Gold Coast is the entirety of the city, just except for those key suburbs.
So just a question about that slide. So is it fair to say we'll just back 2?
Sorry, back.
The second row is included in the bottom row. Is that what you kind of
That is
explained?
correct, Councillor. Yes.
So, yeah.
Thank you for that question.
Yeah. So the bottom row.
Through you, Chair.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Awesome. Cool.
Yes. Yeah. That will make sense once I show you the charts, but please ask that question again if you want to clarify further when we get to the bar charts. Okay, so I'll walk you through some key findings from the survey. Firstly, we'll touch on the expected usage of the light rail once the project is fully complete to the airport. Then we will talk about levels of support for or opposition to light rail Stage 4. Then we will talk about levels of support for and opposition to specifically Gold Coast light rail along the proposed highway route down from Burleigh to the Gold Coast Airport. Then we'll dig into the reasons that people told us that they supported or opposed the Gold Coast light rail Stage 4 route, that highway route, and then finally finish off with perceptions among city residents of how informed they feel about the light rail Stage 4 project. Starting off with those transport usage questions that I mentioned a moment ago. So as I said, just to tell you what you're looking at, this is the first time you've had a chance to look at the bar chart. So I'll just explain what you're looking at on the page here. The dark blue bar in all of the charts that you will see represents the whole of the Gold Coast population. So that's all of the respondents, 1,001 residents in the dark blue. So what you can see here is that when the Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 4 is complete, 77% of residents across the city expect to use the light rail. The lighter blue bars are a breakdown of the 77%. And then the dark blue bar, we have 23% of people who expect never to use the light rail. So 41% of people expect to use the light rail once it's complete for a few times a year, and 35% expect to use it more than that, so combined more than once a month. Overall, 77%, so more than 3/4 of locals say that they will use the light rail once it's complete to the airport. And what I'll show you now is that geographic breakdown. So you'll be seeing a lot of charts like this one for the next half an hour or so while I'm with you. So just to recap on the question from Councillor Tozer earlier, the blue bar again represents all residents across the city. The dark yellow bar represents those 401 respondents from those key suburbs in the southern area along that proposed light rail stage 4 route. The yellow bar, the light yellow bar, is a special pull-out bar just for people along the existing route under construction and constructed, so all the way from Helensvale down to Burleigh. So I believe that is light rail stages 1, 2 and 3. So that's effectively what is represented in the yellow bar. And then the mid blue bar at the bottom there, that's everybody across the Gold Coast except the key suburbs. So everybody except the key suburbs. So what do the stats tell us? They tell us that, as we said a moment ago, 77% of people on the Gold Coast say that they will use the light rail once it's complete. As you can see, that's a little bit different depending on where in the Gold Coast people are from. 62% of people who live in the key suburbs along the southern route say they'll use it once it's complete. That is increased to more than 9 out of 10 people, 91% along the existing route say they'll use it, and 79% of people outside of the key suburbs say they'll use it once it's complete.
Yes.
I'm struggling to find these in the presentation that we were provided, and I'm wondering what's transpired between us getting this and what we're being presented today.
Through the chair, you have a copy of the full report that is going public, whereas today Leanne is presenting slides that aren't in the report, that's providing an overview of the key insights, but you should have the full entire report attached to your agenda.
Can we have a copy of this presentation at the conclusion or attached to the minutes, please? Thank you.
Just a question on the data. So if rest of the light rail corridor is a subset of rest of the Gold Coast, so the light yellow is part of the blue, I'm just trying to wrap my head around how the light yellow is larger at times than the blue, or is that...
Yeah, okay. I think I understand the question. So if you think about each of the three yellow bars, each of the three bars under the blue as different subsets. So they don't necessarily all equal each other, or they don't all equal the top bar, but each bar in itself represents the area it says it's meant to. So if I just take that top section there, 62% of people in the 62% of respondents who live in the southern area say that they will use the light rail. Along the route, the existing route, 91% of people say that they will use the light rail once it's complete. So there's a greater number of people who currently live along a greater proportion of people who currently live along the existing route who say they'll use it than who live in the key suburbs route who say they'll use it. Citywide, excluding the key suburbs, 71%, so just excluding the key suburbs, just excluding the 7 southern suburbs, say they will use it once it's complete. Aggregated, the average usage across the city is 77%. Does that make sense?
Yes, just seeking clarity that of the whole of Gold Coast, so that top bar, 79%, that
light rail stage 1, 2, 3 corridor is included in the light blue?
Yeah, so another way we could explain that is if you take everybody on the Gold Coast who's not in the southern suburbs, not in those 7 southern suburbs, nearly 8 out of 10, 79% of everybody on the Gold Coast who's not in the southern suburbs say they'll use the light rail. But of those people who are in that rest of Gold Coast area but who live along the existing route where they've already had the construction and they're, I guess, close to the route, that usage expectation is even higher at 91%. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully that helps. Thank you. Shall I continue? Through you, Chair. All right. Okay, so we also ask, would you be likely to use the route to get to the airport? So not just get on the light rail, but actually to go to the airport. Similar bar colours. So as we can see there, 69% of Gold Coast residents will use the light rail to get to the airport. From those people in the southern suburbs, nearly half, 47%, say they'll use it to get to the airport. For people along the current existing route, 87% will use it to get to the airport. Citywide, except for the southern route, 7 out of 10 will use it to get to the airport. And as you can see, if we look further down the graph there, most people are more likely to use it a few times a year. We've got a few people, 6% citywide, who use it at least once a month. But as you can imagine, the monthly usage is a little bit lower than people who are going to jump on the tram to get to the airport a few times a year. The key question that I know you're all interested in, how many people support or oppose the light rail? Okay, so the question here was, to what extent do you support or oppose completing the Gold Coast light rail to the Gold Coast Airport? This was the way the question was put to local residents, and as you can see here, 3/4, 76% of Gold Coast residents support finishing the light rail, completing it down to the airport. What you're looking at here in the chart is, again, those light blue bars, so strongly support and somewhat support, 51 and 25%. They combine together to make the percentage in the dark blue bar 76%. So we've just pulled out the strength of support there. It's the same with the opposition. 15% of people citywide oppose completing the light rail to the airport. 5% of people somewhat oppose, and 9% strongly oppose. So when we combine those sort of weakly and strongly oppose, we come up with 15% opposition citywide. Obviously, when we look at that across the geographic areas of the city, there are variations within those views, as to be expected. So that's what I'll show you here now in this chart. Again, the total city figure is the same. 76% of people citywide support completing the Gold Coast light rail to the airport, 51% strongly support, 15% oppose, 9% strongly oppose. Again, as we may expect, people who are living along the route in the key suburbs are more likely than the average Gold Coast resident to be opposed to the route. So we can see that the heavier weighting of opposition is coming from the key suburbs along the southern area. So 48% of people in the key suburbs support completing it to the area. It does outweigh the number of people in the key areas who oppose completing it to the airport by 4%. So it's quite divided in that local southern area in terms of people who support versus people who oppose. Citywide, though, if we look at the dark blue bar, a much greater weighting towards people who support finishing the light rail to the airport versus those who oppose. So again, just those geographical variations across the city.
That's a good question.
Councillor Tozer.
In your commission work, was there any comparison of this data to similar data for other stages? And I think what I'm getting at is the idea that people who are on the rest of the Gold Coast light rail corridor appear to have been significantly more, significant is probably relative, more supportive than before. And I'm interested in if that's changed since before their section of the light rail was delivered.
That's a big question.
Yeah. Through you, Chair. No, we did not compare these results with other surveys that were undertaken. The reason we didn't do that is because you would be comparing apples with oranges. So without having the same methodology, it makes it difficult to compare one survey with a prior survey which may have had a different methodology.
I get that.
Yeah.
I think I'm just more ideologically thinking, were as many people, was the delivery of the infrastructure, did it have an impact on how people perceived its value? So, yeah.
Yeah, through you, Chair. We didn't ask that specific question in this survey. City staff may have a comment to make about whether you have other data on that. No. Okay. Moving on. Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the next question we asked was particularly around the proposed route. So the extent to which local people support or oppose, the wording we gave them was extending the Gold Coast Light Rail Stage 4 from Burleigh Heads along the Gold Coast Highway to the airport. Very similar question to the previous one, but this time specifically asking them about their level of support for the proposed route. Still 74% citywide supporting the completion along that coastal route, along that highway route, 49% strongly, 25% somewhat, but 16% citywide opposing that, completing it along that particular route. And we'll have a look now at the geographic variations there. A similar story to the previous graph, where the bulk of the opposition to the proposed route comes from the people in the key suburbs, 53% support along the proposed route, 41%, I'll read that again for the record, 53% oppose from the key suburbs along the proposed route, as opposed to 42% who support from the key suburbs along the proposed route. But again, as you can see, Councillor Tozer, referring to your previous question, the people who live along the existing corridor are actually the most supportive of the geographic groups that we pulled out of this survey. And I do have actually on the next slide a very granular breakdown of the level of support among a very large number of attributes. So I'm happy to take questions on this slide, but I'll just show you what the next one looks like. And it actually still includes the geographics on there, but I do have the level of support among a whole different range of geodemographic attributes. Happy to take questions on the previous slide if you would like me to. Yes.
Councillor Martin. Thanks, Chair.
Through you, Chair.
Obviously, question on the key suburbs. I'm interested in your view around relatively, the total opposed is significantly higher. Whether you expected that, did that surprise you on that level of response around total opposed?
Not really. It's not significantly. We do have a statistical significance. In statistics is its own special term. To be statistically significant, we have to be outside the margin of error. So I can't say whether the number of people who oppose from the key suburbs are statistically greater or is significantly greater than the number of people who oppose. All I can say here is that the number of the people along the southern route are divided over their level of support and opposition. We have 42%, 4 in 10 who, a little higher, who support it, and we have a little more than 5 in 10 who oppose it along the route. I'm not surprised. I typically find that with infrastructure projects or any kind of development projects, people who live in closer proximity to them tend to have more an opinion, so they're less likely to be on the neutral side. In other words, they're less likely to say neither support nor oppose. And as you can see there, only 5% of people in the key suburbs say they don't have a view, neither support nor oppose, whereas citywide that's higher at 10%.
Let's pick this up. I'm going to follow on, if I can, on the next slide. I was going to save it for later, but I think it's relevant here on the next slide where it talks about cars. Just the rest of the light rail corridor, I just noticed the there was 25% that lived in high rises and 12% that didn't have a car at all. So I just found that interesting. That was so the demographics of those that live on the rest of the light rail corridor were high-rise dwellers and did not have a car. And I wonder, the demographic of the key suburbs are probably less high-rises, more cars. How that shapes
I'm not looking at the same data that you're looking at, Councillor, through you, Chair.
Okay, I can refer.
Is it what's on the screen?
No, I mean, I didn't get this separately, so I can only talk to the report. So maybe I come back to that.
How about we go through the report, because it may get to that, and then we can refer back accordingly.
And also I can have a look at the part of the slide that you've got as well to give you a response on that. But just in terms of the presentation on screen here today, what we've done here is, so just a reminder, we had 74% average support across the city for the Gold Coast route, the Gold Coast Highway route for stage 4. What I'm showing you on this chart is the levels of support by a whole heap of granular breakdown geodemographics. The left-hand chart here that you're looking at on the screen is people who over-index on supporting, so they're higher than average. And you can see at the top of that left-hand chart, 74%, just as a reminder, is the average across the city. On the right-hand chart, what you're looking at is people who are less supportive than average of light rail stage 4. So people who are more supportive of light rail stage 4 tend to be those who don't have a car, who are male and over 55, who are retired people, who are renters, people who typically, some of those demographics are people who don't typically participate in those opt-in surveys. On the other side, the right-hand side chart, people who tend to be less supportive of light rail stage 4, people they tend to have more cars, so people who have 3 or more cars in their family are less supportive. I'll make a comment here, perhaps it's because they don't think they will use it because they've got plenty of cars. Also, as you can see, people who feel like they're not informed about light rail stage 4 are on the slightly less supportive side. People who didn't know it was happening, that's the route unaware. People who are employed casually, younger females, and of course right down the bottom there, people in the key suburbs, as we said earlier, are those who are more likely to be or who are less likely to be supportive of the project.
Councillor Taylor.
Councillor Taylor. Yep.
Were these subgroups all of city subgroups, or were they?
Yes, through you.
So, all right, interesting.
But these subgroups aren't unique to each other. There is overlap between the subgroups. So, for example, like if you take what's a good example? So you can see on the right there, about halfway up, you see females.
Yes.
And you can see a little bit lower down, females 18 to 34. Yeah. The 18 to 34 are a subset of the first.
Got it.
Similarly, people in the key suburbs may also be people who, at the very bottom there, never expect to use it. They may overlap.
Of course.
Yes. Yeah.
And predom PT means predominantly employed part-time?
Yes, it does. Yes. Yes. Does that, through you, Chair, may I direct a question to Councillor Martin? I don't know if this clarifies at all your previous question.
If we continue, I might look back if it's not picked up. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, not long to go now, just a couple more slides. Reasons to support and oppose the proposed light rail stage 4 route. So this question was open-ended. This is where we give respondents free rein to tell us why they support it or why they oppose it. So if you supported it, why do you support it? If you oppose it, why do you oppose it? And we're talking here specifically about the stage 4 route, the highway route. So remember, there were 74% of people citywide who supported it. And for the people who supported it, the main reasons were to give them access to the airport, because they felt it might decrease traffic and congestion, because it could be cheaper. Although I think statewide, we now have 50-cent fares. But it's possible that when this survey was conducted in December, not everybody was aware of that at the time. But people feel like it's a cheaper option, but they also could be thinking it's cheaper for them to catch the light rail than maybe drive somewhere and park as well, and also more accessibility for the region. And if you look at that dark yellow bar, the people from the key suburbs who are supportive of light rail stage 4, the reason they're supportive of those who do support are because they feel it may improve traffic and congestion, but you can see they're also quite driven by easier, cheaper transport and also more accessibility for the region. So that's reasons to support. If we look at the reasons to be opposed to the highway route, and remembering that this represented 16% of people citywide, the key reason that people are opposed to that route is because of a concern about increased traffic and congestion, and also no space for it or parking concerns. There's some other lower level concerns, but those two are the primary concerns that drive opposition to the highway route for light rail stage 4. And of course, for the people who live in the key suburbs, the main concerns are increased traffic congestion, no space and parking, but they are more likely than people elsewhere in the city to be concerned about amenity, eyesore and noise. Okay. Final comments now, just on information. We did want to understand how people in the city, how well or not well informed they felt about the project. 58% of residents said they felt informed, 18% well informed, and 40% somewhat well informed. And 30% said overall they did not feel informed about this project. We break that down geographically. We can see that that's reasonably consistent across the city. So, you know, in the key suburbs down the south there, 60% saying they feel well informed, 58% along the existing route or in the rest of the city. But I just would point to that there's 35% of people in the key suburbs who say they don't feel very informed, they don't feel informed actually about the project. So it just points to potential opportunity to create more information in those suburbs in particular to ensure that they understand and are aware of the route and the project. That brings me to the end of my formal presentation, but I can go back to any slide through you, Chair, as you wish.
Thank you, Leanne. Questions? I'll start off Councillor Tozer.
Can you just touch on, just from a professional point of view, the statistical significance of the size of the group that you consulted?
Yeah, sure. So we surveyed 1,001 people, and statistically that represents the views of the Gold Coast population to within a plus or minus 3.1% margin of error. So that means...
Yeah, extrapolate that for me. Tell me.
So what that means is if 50% of people say... just for an example, I want to use an example that's quite benign, but let's say 50% of people said yes and 50% of people said no to any question. That means it could be 53.1 saying yes, yep, or it could be 46.9 who said yes. There's a 3.1% margin of error either way, but that is very much concentrated around 50-50 responses. When we come to responses like the one that just happens to be up on the chart at the moment, where it's a 58-30, those statistically significant variations, those margins of error become less important.
So help me understand, just because we're obviously recording and people are watching this, help me understand how that margin of error in the statistics community or the community engagement community, how do you establish that? What informs that margin of error by the amount of people? How?
So I guess I would say it's a scientific, mathematically long established scientific principle.
Yeah, and is there a peak body or something that governs all of the community engagement or processes that you?
There are a number. Yeah. So there's quite a range of them. There's international organisations. We have a few here in Australia as well.
Yeah, but it'd be fair to say that for someone from my community who is barely impacted by the light rail and says that, for us to have a legitimate community consultation, we have to talk to 50,000 people. That's patently ridiculous, and it's not commonly done anyway. And the cross-section of 1,000 people is really very accurate when it comes to total Gold Coast perceptions.
That's right. And that's also the reason that we do a subsample boost of some particular cohorts of interest. Because if I take you back to the methodology slide at the beginning, whoops, what have I done? Can I go back to the methodology slide at the beginning? Oh, thank you. Thank you, staff. Yes, that one. Thank you. Sorry about that. As I was explaining earlier on there, we surveyed 1,001 people across the city. The number of the percentage of the population that resides in the 7 key suburbs is around 9 or 10%. But if we had collected a representative number of responses, that's only a relatively small number of the whole survey, around 90 or 100 people, which means that when we analyse that subset, it's not particularly accurate. The margin of error on that subset either way is larger. So what we do is we interview a larger number of people from key areas. In this case, 40% of our sample came from the southern suburbs, to make sure that their responses are very well represented. But in the final total bar, so when we come to the blue bar, the total city, we actually downweight those 400 back. So they're not overrepresented in the blue bar, but they are well represented in their own yellow bar. So the margin of error on the yellow bar of the key suburbs is just plus or minus 4.9%. So they could be, for example, this one here could be 4.9% higher or lower than it is here. But the key point there is they are overrepresented in the collection and downweighted post-data collection. Technical.
Councillor Martin, did you have questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was just, it's not in that slide pack, but I could refer to the report numbers, page 66, which was the home type.
I'll just grab a copy.
Thank you. And I was just acknowledging...
Home type?
Home type. Yeah, just acknowledging that the rest of the light rail corridor, that a significantly larger portion live in high-rise apartment blocks, which I think then also relates to page 69, that 12% don't even own a car. So I guess that was my question before, is that existing light rail corridor are likely more than the rest of the population to be in high rises without cars. So I just wondered whether that had the potential to skew, more towards support, given that subset is sort of 3 times higher than the other demographics in terms of whether they own a car or not.
I guess I'll just respond to would the results be skewed? And my answer to that would be no. The results are accurate for each bar that we see there based on that area. So for example, if we look at support for the project, which I've got on screen here, that's light rail usage. But if we look at light rail support, we'll go to along the highway route. What I would say to you there is 42% of people in that area support the route down the highway, 53% of people oppose it. The demographics of the certain areas are the demographics of the certain areas. This result represents the views of the demographics in that area. It may be that, you know, there's more older people living in that area, there's more people with cars, there's more people with detached houses, non-detached houses. This result represents the views of the people who live in those 7 suburbs.
Yeah, thank you. That does clarify it. I mean, yeah, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Leanne, in the report it shows 18% of total respondents and about 21 of these living along the Gold Coast Highway feel well informed. So it's indicating to me there's a small number that feels well informed. And do you think that could contribute to the impacted region of a concern of an infrastructure like that going through?
Yes, I do think so. I think when people don't feel informed about something, it's an indication that, again, I guess if I could make a comment here, based on my professional experience in other similar work, is when people feel less informed about a particular project, they may be getting their information from somewhere else, and that information may not necessarily be completely accurate. I think, and there may be a number of reasons people don't say they don't feel particularly informed. It could be that they don't care about it. It could be that they haven't heard about it. So there's a range of reasons they may not be well informed. But what I would say is that for 18% to only 18% to say they're well informed about a particular project indicates that there is an opportunity to increase that those information levels and that level of understanding about the actual project, what its potential benefits are and what its potential drawbacks are. Does that answer your question, Chair?
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman. All information is valuable, but I just wonder whose decision was it to go ahead with this survey, please?
Cool, through the chair. So I guess the Chief Customer Officer received a request from the Office of the CEO. I guess the originating request came from the Office of the Mayor.
So the impetus for this was the Office of the Mayor?
Correct.
Thank you. And how does this align with the state government's own planned community consultation? Because my understanding is the community consultation that the state government is going to be undertaking is to look at all routes and modes for the proposed stage 4 extension, whatever that means. And how does this inform and align with that, please?
So through the chair, this research piece supports what the state government are currently in market doing, but it also provides us with really valuable insights as to where we might further develop an engagement strategy in partnership with TMR should this project continue past business case. So for instance, with Leanne telling us about the suburbs and residents that feel they are well informed or not well informed, that gives us the data that we need to provide further education and communication to specific suburbs rather than make assumptions.
Thanks. And what was the cost of this, please?
Yeah, so through the chair, I might take that as a question on notice for the dollars and I can circulate it to the committee members.
Thank you. So it's my understanding there's been no directive issued by the Mayor to the CEO, but the Mayor somehow instigated this and the CEO's made a decision to progress this.
Yep, Nikki.
It's up to the Chair.
Just second. Did you want to answer? Happy to come. Yeah, come up. Thank you.
Through the chair, so just to clarify, there was a suggestion provided by the Office of the Mayor off the back of Council's resolution on the 3rd of December, which endorsed the Gold Coast Light Rail project as a primary advocacy project. It's actually listed in Council's resolution as the first project in the advocacy document. So on the basis of that, the Office of the Mayor suggested to the CEO that the consideration of the early works program, so there is a budget provision this year for the early works program for Light Rail 4, that those two factors really did lean into an idea that we needed to get an understanding of sentiment around the corridor, particularly for our early works planning. So they're the two main reasons.
Thank you. If I might just comment on that. In the report, there's a section for previous resolutions, and that resolution or decision of council in December isn't noted, and yet it's relied upon, and I understand that. Thanks.
Councillor Martin.
I do have, Chair, other questions, but I wondered whether it'd just be better protocol if we finish with the consultant, do those questions around the survey, then switch to officers, which might be other conversation.
Yeah, do we have any more questions for Leanne in relation to the foundings? Councillor O'Neill?
It's just not a question, but just to Councillor Young, have you actually had a look at the state government survey, the questions? Totally nothing like this. Totally nothing. There's nothing about the route. They're very generalised questions, and they're only targeting the questions are just to southern Gold Coasters, it doesn't take in the whole of the Gold Coast. So I think this survey is very different to the state one. So hopefully maybe that they might be helpful to each other.
And Leanne, you might better, have you seen the state current survey?
Yes, I have. I have seen the survey that the state government has put out online. My understanding that is the survey that Councillor Young and Councillor O'Neill are referring to. My recollection is that it has about 6 questions in it, and I don't recall any questions in there about route specifically. I stand to be corrected on that. It's a very short 6-question survey, and I believe it does state in there that they are encouraging people from the southern suburbs to participate.
Councillor Gates.
Sorry, I'm interested in that because I made some comments publicly on my understanding that it was weighted towards residents of southern Gold Coast, and then came in for criticism about that. But that was the understanding I had, and I felt that because the whole of the Gold Coast contributes to the cost of light rail infrastructure, that the consultation should be wider. So do we know whether there is or is not? Councillor O'Neill has just suggested that it's only southern Gold Coast that is being consulted, which was my original understanding, which prompted my response when asked a question. So it has concerned me since that maybe I was ill-informed and made the wrong comment, but maybe not.
Councillor,
I have confirmed with relevant local MPs and confirmed with the whole of the city. The state survey is that what your question? Yep. Was the whole of city was the commitment, and you have to put in your street address so they could extrapolate the data, but they confirmed that it is whole of city.
Through you, Chair, may I make a comment? I think the difference between that kind of survey, and I have to try to just comment on the Insightfully piece of community representative research, because that's the methodology that I 100% understand. I have some tangential understanding of the consultation that the state government is undertaking, and I have seen their survey. The point of the Insightfully survey is that it is representative. So we actually survey a representative sample of the Gold Coast population by age, gender and location based on ABS statistics. I am not sure whether that is a survey methodology that is employed by the state's survey. It may be that they are not stratifying their sample to ensure that their sample represents the views of the whole population. And I believe I recall some comments in the media about potentially ensuring that people from the southern end were taken particular account of in that state government survey.
Councillor O'Neill.
Just to add to that, it is more about southern Gold Coasters' feeling whether they were consulted or not. The questions really are around that. The questions are not about whether you would use light rail or whether you don't have a car or you believe in public transport. None of those questions. They're centred around were you considered that you were heard in the consultation process? And I did read the words about Southern Gold Coasters being taken into consideration.
Through you, Chair, just a final comment on the Insightfully survey. It's representative, scientifically and statistically representative of the views of the whole of the city, including the southern Gold Coast residents. Other surveys may have different methodologies, or other consultations, I should say. This is a research survey that we've done here.
I think this survey is for a whole of city to get an understanding of all users. I think the big thing for any major project is always that there's an impact at the very beginning, but what is the outcome at the end? I think it talks to what Councillor Tozer earlier, asking the questions of areas like, I'll say my area through Southport and Surface and Broadbeach, where I think there was a lot of angst at the time, but now it's operational. It's a great public asset that a lot of people got on board. We've seen it with the Ocean Way, particularly Surface to Broadbeach. Again, the angst for locals along that particular foreshore was very, heightened because of the unknown, but now it's been delivered. It's given a whole of city benefit. But not only that, the people along that particular corridor have actually embraced it as well. So I think what this is doing is highlighting the whole of city. We are actually taking consideration of the local residents down that area, and I think it's really important that we get the right information to the local residents. And I think the damning from this particular report is the report that shows only 18% of respondents, or 21%, those living along the light rail, feel well informed. And it's important that any consultation does give real facts and real information about a project that will connect the whole city. We're talking about public transport here and what is the right mode. We have a current public transport of light rail that goes down to Burleigh at the moment, and there's a lot of users that do currently use the current light rail, and the extension to the light rail I think is important. I think for residents and the areas that are already got light rail, connection to the airport is important. Also for our guests and visitors and locals to get the airport, but it's also important for locals at the Southern Gold Coast for connectability to the hospitals and universities. So I think this is highlighting a broader consultation for light rail. I think it's really important that hopefully state government, which they went to election to say they're going to do a community consultation and revisit it, but we hope that consultation is done properly. We hope that it's actually done for the whole of the Gold Coast residents to be part of. I hope that the right information is delivered to those local residents to ensure that in 5 or 10 years' time, we are going to need improved, or even 10 to 20 years' time, public transport throughout the whole Gold Coast, and particularly that Southern Gold Coast. It's important in 5, 10 years' time we don't, as I've said before, have another M1 situation where it wasn't delivered on time. It was always politically argued, and we can all see the impacts of a network or infrastructure that wasn't delivered when it should be. So I think the state government right now is doing that community consultation. I think we're really hoping that it is done correctly. We're asking the right questions. But I think, Leanne, thank you for today. I'm not sure if there's any more questions. Councillor Gates?
Just one, if you wouldn't mind, Chairman, through you to Leanne. Would you have an objection to us providing a copy of this report to the state government?
Not at all.
Thank you. Thank you. Just checking.
Yeah, I just wondered why that hadn't been included in the recommendation for the officers. That
we can always make it change. Do we have any more questions? Yeah, Councillor Martin. So I think in relation to the survey, thank you very much, Leanne. Appreciate your feedback. I'm sure that if there's any questions, I'm sure councillors can reach out to you, and thank you very much. And we'll most probably take some more questions after. Thank you again. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. I think the first one I just would like to clarify. Obviously, which touched on how this started, which followed a resolution of the Transport Committee, I believe, that fed up to Council around advocacy. I personally didn't support that motion, but I'm just seeking clarity from there that so it was a suggestion by the Office of the Mayor, but was that a formal directive? Is my first part of that question. Yeah, okay, so that's clarified. That's not a formal directive. So my question two would then be, why weren't councillors involved in that process for awareness, input, and understanding, I guess, of the procurement process from here? So just see here.
Cool. So through the chair, so there's a few pieces in that. So I guess from a procurement perspective, I guess the procurement and awarding of the work to insightfully followed the city's procurement policies and procedures. We invited multiple offers for the work. And as to the cost, I've obviously taken the previous question on notice. If I come back to, I guess, your earlier question, so I certainly do acknowledge that this is different to the typical Gold Coast have your say, I guess, engagement method where there would be certainly communications to yourself and then that invitation to the community, and in particular our Gold Coast have your say panellists. I think, look, as Carly and certainly Leanne has covered in detail, this is a representative research report, and so as such, I guess it's different to that Gold Coast have your say process. So look, we've followed a strict methodology to get that high quality, that balanced insight, and ultimately that brings with it a targeted and direct approach to get, in this case, customers or residents, etc., to participate to hit that representative sample.
Mm. Can I just ask about that procurement? Just wondering how, obviously we touched on it at the start, the consultant does have an affiliation with Brown Gold Coast. Just wondering how that conflict of interest was managed through that procurement process.
Yes, definitely. So look, certainly within that procurement process, yes, we have that declaration and management of the conflict of interest, and that was certainly completed as per the policies and the procedures. For absolute clarity, and I understand Leanne White certainly acts as a member of the board for Brown Gold Coast.
Okay. So just on this process, obviously following this suggestion, I just wonder what consultation, with the state government. Clearly, I think just to clarify, was that date 3rd of December? Thanks, Nikki. By that stage, my understanding is the state made election commitments, but really doubled down and confirmed those commitments that it would review all modes and routes for the Southern Gold Coast. So I'm just seeking, were the state government approached in this, and did they support this piece of research?
So through the chair to confirm, so we have not had that engagement prior to the report being, sorry, I should say the community survey and report going out, no.
I suppose I wonder, that since then the state have revealed their, terms of reference for their current engagement, which is quite collaborative. It lists the City of Gold Coast. So I just wonder, the timing of this probably couldn't be any worse given the state have their consultation out now, and this is a state government project. So I wonder, was the timing of this, I feel like it couldn't be any worse given it's hitting now whilst that is open. Just wonder how that, was that considered, I guess, around a risk that the state would do this process, and we've essentially, I think, jumped the gun?
I'm happy to talk. In my view, it's a community consultation at the moment. My understanding with state government, they're doing a review of the decisions made by the previous government. I don't believe that they've said that they were for or against. Their view was, we're going to do a consultation to listen to everyone out there. I think more consultation is important to get the right decision, and I think this report, and we've had a discussion that could be submitted to them, would add to that body of work that they're doing to hopefully come up with the right outcome. From a perspective from a whole of city, a current survey will just add to, if we, part of our resolution, maybe talk about submitting it to the state government, hopefully will add to their consultations so that they can get the right outcome for the City of Gold Coast. But I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that. Councillor Tozer, any more?
I mean, just to make a comment on that, on the 3rd of December, we made a resolution to say that this was the most important project for our city as far as advocacy goes, and the idea that officers and or the mayor and or the office of the CEO undertook some, updated evidence-based information gathering to support that advocacy seems eminently sensible. I appreciate it. I don't think it would. I can't imagine it being anything other than linked to that resolution of council to advocate for it. And
just would have been appropriate to tell the local council.
I agree.
Yeah, honestly, it wouldn't be the first time that something's happened in the organisation where councillors aren't informed. But in saying that, we resolved as a council to, prioritise the light rail stage 4 as the number one item in our advocacy list. It would be difficult to not make a case for that advocacy, including some sort of community information gathering about it that is up to date. So,
yeah. So just before, any more questions to the floor, so we can...
I'd just say comments for, I'd like to speak on it when the motion's up.
So Councillor Gates.
I simply provided that to get ahead of the game a little. If you would accept that addition, I'm happy to move it.
Second. Councillor Young.
Because it is quite a comprehensive survey that has been done, and clearly, I'm not sure about the timing of this, whether the government will be pleased or otherwise, but like we said earlier today, information is helpful, and there's a lot of information that may impact on Southern Gold Coast, and hopefully the government, if we provide a copy of this report, can consider its content in tandem with the survey that they're doing, which I still don't know a lot about. I tried to Google, but I've not been able to see that survey without filling in other information. So I still don't know how extensive the state's consultation is planned to be, and this information may assist their process.
Who would like to speak for the motion?
Can I ask a question of Councillor Gates? Is that right? It's not uncommon for us to write at the end of a resolution like this that the Mayor write to the Premier. Do you have any objection to the Mayor writing to the Premier and Prime Minister? And I say that not because of any other reason except we've resolved that this is the number one item in our advocacy list. So we could just... Can we say the Mayor write to the
and provide a copy
Premier and provide a copy of the report? So the Mayor write to the Premier and the Prime Minister, providing a copy of the Gold Coast,
for the information of the state and federal governments.
Yeah, Premier and the Prime Minister. To me, it's a state and federally funded project. We're a 12% funder or whatever it is.
The federal election, might as well put.
Yeah, let's do it.
In there too.
Premier and Prime Minister. providing a copy of the Gold Coast. Yeah.
And then state and federal governments.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Great.
Just reference to Councillor Tozer's comment about number one project. My recollection of that project was the city endorsed a list of sort of top 10 and it wasn't ranked.
It's a fair point.
So, I acknowledge that it was resolved by a majority to be in the top 10, but I know it wasn't number one.
I'll retract my comment.
For the motion, Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, I think light rail's become a bit of a political football, and there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation about it. It was chosen as a preferred method of transportation for public transport to the city because it is concrete and that attracts development, it attracts investment in infrastructure, whether that be hotels or residential buildings or other transportation methods. And I think the evidence is before us that we've seen quite a significant uptake of it by the community broadly, but there's always concerns about the construction process and there's concerns about the delays through that and there's concerns about the visual amenity of it and all that sort of stuff. But we are confronting a situation where the city's possibly going to have light rail to Burleigh and from there changing to another mode of transportation to get further south, not just to the airport, but ultimately to Tweed. And I just think that would be the most lamentable and just the worst decision for this entire city, not just for the south. Because we've invested so much and there's been so much rest upon this, and to have that single form of transportation that connects from our southern boundary to, at least at this point in time, Helensvale is a really vital piece of city building infrastructure, which is not just about taking cars off the road, but also reducing our reliance upon car parking, ultimately the provision of car parking for every development that occurs, every residential development. It reduces air pollution, it reduces congestion, it creates an opportunity for us to improve the visual amenity and the character of our city. And unfortunately, this council has really sold the community short in some key decisions it made within the last decade. First, to progress the ability for developers to have a 50% uplift within the corridor of the light rail, but not provide all of those amenity attributes that we identified very early in the piece as being deliverable along with that infrastructure. So we've really shortchanged the community, and no doubt there's a lot of negativity towards the entire project, and I think that's well founded. But we've made some other key decisions more recently whereby we don't want to allow that 50% uplift just as a given when we don't have certainty about the delivery of the infrastructure. So I think we're putting the horse before the cart now, that is to deliver the infrastructure and then enable that intensification of development, which is really going to be critical to the future of our city, both in terms of our residential form and our form of development overall and our sustainability. So this is a key project, and it's got to come out of the political sphere, and I think the community have told us here that despite the misapprehensions about it that have been formed over the years, there's a strong level of support, and a lot of people can see the real genuine attributes and benefits that this will bring. And hopefully the state government will take on this material that's going to be presented to them in a finely prepared report and listen to that rather than the political drum beating. Thanks.
I would like to, Chair, I'm not a voting member of the committee, but if you're happy for me to speak against.
course it is. It's up to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. With respect, you know, I don't think we should be debating this today. I think by bringing this here, we have further made it political. This is a state government project that the state said they would review. They are reviewing and is underway. The work, this project, yes, okay, it followed a resolution around advocacy, but councillors, and it's been confirmed, is no state government engagement has been undertaken on this. So I think, for me, I think it really risks damaging that relationship, given it's currently underway. I mean, that's a matter for the state government. But for me, this recommendation, because this is the first I saw of it when the report made the committee agenda, I must admit, I thought it was an April Fool's, because I hadn't heard anything about it, and it's transects the full length of our division. But I think the recommendation, I'm not arguing with the data is the data, but I think it's the interpretation and the cherry picking of the positive elements there. I just would have preferred acknowledgement. Now, there's a whole of city discussion, and I'm not suggesting that the whole of city has a certain view, but for the community that I represent, they have a strong view, and it's these respondents that were gone to, that were not normally the vocal, that were sort of minority in numbers, 53% still opposed. So, and some of the key elements of this survey showed that the light rail 4 route, yes, there was an element of uninformed, but it had the highest level of informed. Key elements that I think should have been worked into the resolution is the number one factor for the reason to support light rail in this survey is airport access, but the key suburbs, 53% have said they'd never use it for that. And I think the informed awareness piece, yes, we've looked at, there's some that are uninformed, but they have the highest level of awareness. So I think perhaps it's not the data, but the interpretation of the data that I think has some rose-coloured glasses here. I think what is missing, had I known we were doing this, I would have pushed for to make sure that we are putting out more information. So that critical context. So council's potential financial contribution. I mean, we've talked about when it first started, I mean, the reports in the media say that could be upwards of 800 million. And that's in the media that I've read. So, I would really like to show that the community around what, it's the context, the project costs. The state have been talking about resumptions and parking, but those are significant factors, and I think this research didn't provide any of that additional data. I think the timing process, with the state undertaking that is just fraught with danger, and we have a new state government. I thought we were partners in this, so I think, they made that commitment pre-election. They doubled down once they got elected, and I think it undermines that process. What I would say is, just for the community, I think it's what shouldn't be lost in all of this is that there is citywide surveys and consultation going on right now, and I know there's going to be a series of town halls. So what I don't want to be dismissive of the council workers which we will find out, we've paid money for that, and I know that's been taken on notice, but I think it's really important that the community come out and have their say on the state survey, because ultimately the state are going to be making that decision. So I won't be supporting it for those reasons. I would have, and I think I'll be thinking about that before council, because I think even if it is the majority, the democratic decision of council, at the very least, I think the concerns of the key suburbs should be noted in headlines, not as footnotes in the report around how they feel. So their views are actually taken on notice and put in this findings. So thank you, Chair. I can't vote, but thank you for letting me speak on it.
Yes, I am speaking for it. I've probably lived and breathed both heavy rail and light rail to Gold Coast Airport into Southern Gold Coast into Coolangatta for probably nearly 20 years now. And it's very disappointing that we've had a mode of transport that's been endorsed by a state government and council since probably 2010, that we're now looking at maybe not getting any light rail or heavy rail. It's very disappointing. And I can see, the consultation piece that the state government has put out is sadly lacking. It's really, I don't even think it's consultation, and whether they're going to have more, I encourage them to have more, and that would be fantastic. But right now, what they've put out is very sadly lacking, especially for other members of the Gold Coast community. And Division 14, I do hear from the people in Division 14 who want light rail. They're now coming out in droves now that they think that it's at risk of not happening. I feel for the airport. The airport has modelled their master plan on getting light rail into the front of the airport. It certainly needs that mode of transport, and I think that even if they go to another mode from Burleigh, I fear that it'll be the same situation, that it'll still need an extra lane. So for those people who think that it won't, I think they need to have a really good look at it. I wasn't invited to the announcement of the consultation, but my colleague was. I don't know why I didn't get an invite when, and I think we should have been both consulted on the survey and the report that came here today. I certainly think that we should both be involved in all those conversations, because we want to represent our constituents. But I'll certainly be voting. I've always voted for light rail and heavy rail to come to Southern Gold Coast, and I won't be stopping now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone against? I'll just want to add, by 2045, there could be over 1 million people on the Gold Coast, and Southern Gold Coast is going to be one of those suburbs that's going to need to understand how transport and people get around our city. The reality will be we need some form of public transport that connects our whole city. We are talking about a current light rail that's infrastructure that's already in place to Burleigh Heads. As Councillor Young mentioned before, the ability to actually change from one mode to another is going to put more challenges for local residents. I believe that the community needs to get some clear understanding of what the alternatives are and understand the pros and the cons for continuing light rail moving forward. I'm going to re-emphasise, we keep talking about a political football. Call it a political football. Don't call it political football. The reality is we have done a survey. We've been very strong in ensuring public transport through light rail for many years. We know that the new state government said they will go to the community to do a community consultation, which they believed was done poorly in the first place. It's important that the new government don't make the same mistake and do the consultation properly. This is a project for the whole of Gold Coast. It's not just for a small region area. We have seen light rail be very positive from Helensvale right through to Broadbeach, and we know there was a lot of angst, there was a lot of frustration, and there was a lot of concerns by businesses and residents at that time. But what we do know, and what the actual numbers of people using light rail is telling us, that people will use it, people do like it, and it's a form of transport that this city needs to be endorsing. We did say that this was one of the priorities for the city, and it's important that the information we get is, as mentioned in the report, is given to state government and to federal government to show the importance of a project that's important for everyone on the Gold Coast. So with that, I'm going to put the, Councillor Gates close, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wanted to simply make the point that I recognise the concern of residents about the development phase of light rail going through suburbs adjacent to their homes. I also recognise the concerns of Councillor Martin and Councillor O'Neill, and I would have been open in moving this to the inclusion of some of the data that you've spoken about that you felt important to highlight, but clearly you have an opportunity, because we didn't get to discuss that, to have that included perhaps at the full council meeting. I simply wanted to make the point that since 2009, the delivery of light rail has been one project envisaged to be delivered in stages. Nothing has ever changed. It's always been that this council would provide an 11% contribution. Actually, our first ever entry into the delivery of public transport, because we recognised the need for our city to have a system of transport travelling basically up the spine. There's no doubting that people like it. Nearly 1 million people per month are travelling on our light rail. That's, in some areas, a 41% reduction in cars in some sectors of the light rail corridor. So I'm speaking to you simply. Well, this might be my last transport speech as Deputy Mayor. Why not? I've got them in my head from years of making presentations to different sections of our Gold Coast about suburbs and situations outside of the area of my specific representation. But this is such an important project for our city in so many ways. The people are voting with their feet, I've used that line before too, getting on the light rail. And I think it's a real shame that it's blurry at the moment because, it is a shame. And I would have hoped that we would have a strong enough relationship with the state government that we could have all sort of tossed this around before it became a political football. So I'm a bit sad about that. But despite that, I'm grateful to receive the information in this report today and happy to support the motion before us.
So we'll put the motion to the floor. All in favour? Against? Motion carried. Thank you. Any general business? Close the meeting at 17:24. Thank you.